ZFM and HD Boston 98.5, the Sports Hub, a Beasley Media Group station. Sports Hub headlines.
Patriots will open up Week 3 of the NFL season with a road game against the Jets tonight at MetLife Stadium. Mark Bertrand and Chris Gasper bring you Patriots preview at 5:30, and then it's Bob Sosi and Scott Zolak with kickoff at 8:15 here on your flagship radio station for the Patriots, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Gerard Mayo's team is listed starting left tackle Verdarian Lowe, and starting left guard Sidy Sow is out. Center David Andrews and starting right tackle Mike Onwenu are questionable. Linebacker C.J. Mosley is questionable for the Jets. The Pro Football Hall of Fame announced its list of 167 modern-era candidates for election yesterday. Adam Vinatieri, Eli Manning, Marshawn Lynch, and Luke Kuechly are among the first-time eligibles. The Bruins will hold their first training camp practice today. Jeremy Swayman will not be out there. GM Don Sweeney confirmed he remains without a contract, but remains confident one will get done. Another guy that isn't quite ready yet is the captain, Brad Marchand.
He's made a heck of a lot of progress the last little while. You guys all know Brad will do everything possible to be out there and wanted to be out there. Our training staff and doctors have put the reins on to make sure that he's, we're trying to get ready for the season.
He underwent 3 different surgeries this past offseason. The Red Sox held off Tampa Bay 2-1 at Tropicana Field. They're back at 500 for the season. Kenley Jansen finished the game with a heart attack save in the 9th. Trevor Story, a homer, and scored both runs in the win. This 3-game series ends tonight. The Baltimore Orioles have designated Craig Kimbrell for assignment, and the last-place New England Revolution played to a 2-2 draw with CF Montreal and Foxborough yesterday evening. Sports Hub headlines are driven by the Albrecht Auto Group, Zoe's Auto Dealer. Get respected Albrecht with 7 locations and thousands of new and pre-owned vehicles. Get the right vehicle at the right price now at albrechtauto.com. I'm John Wallach of Boston Hill for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 6:30.
Get
There's the potential there for big stuff.
98.5 The Sports Hub app. Get the app.
Fred, hello. 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 Mm-hmm. Hello. Hello. Hello.
He's naked. He has a sword.
Open him up with a football.
98.5.
Bruins are back from the West Coast. Coast.
Cocaine and hookers. Yes. Na. Is it okay to use this for the radio? Yeah. Welcome to the show, you sweet bitch.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Good morning. We are Toucher and Hardy, Town Fair Tire Studios.
Jesus.
That's right, Gary. 617-779-0985. We are brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. Watch us on YouTube. You can search 98.5 The Sports Hub on YouTube. And then smash subscribe. That's all you got to do. What'd you say, Gary?
Oh, my God. What a headache.
Yeah. I understand. That's what you do when you do political radio. So yesterday, after the show, I had one of my bros call me, and he says, he goes, I'm doing yoga at 11. And I said, I'll see you there. So we do that. And then afterwards, he goes, you want to go in the sauna? And I said, bro, do I? So I go in the sauna. And then after that, he goes like, do you want to go in the hot tub? I say, no.
Oh.
And he goes, have you ever used the cool plunge? And now I thought, oh, no, I haven't, but I have. I told you the guy from Toby Morris, the guy from H2O, said that he sold his car to get a cold plunge at his house. The cold plunge was so important to them. I have another friend who tells me about how the cold plunge really puts things in perspective, that the cold plunge is this great thing. You hear the Roganites, like the Andrew Hubermans of the world. The cold plunge is the greatest thing that you can do. Now, there is, strangely enough, some pushback from the medical community about that. But nonetheless, they said...
Oh, about taking a shock to the ticker like that?
They said, well, no, not that it's bad for you, but that there's any real benefits. And then, so... My friend's going on and on, cold plunge, cold plunge, cold plunge. He says, and he goes, oh, the dopamine. It like releases all this dopamine when you're done. Like the.
This is the same friend that was trying to have sex with you? Or a different friend?
What, the one who wanted to get in the hot tub?
Yeah.
No, he didn't want to have sex. We were in a public place.
Absolutely wants to have sex with you.
He's a married man with 3 children. Not that it always matters. Not that it always matters. But
Yoga,
nonetheless.
sauna, hot tub. I'm not saying he's trying to assault you. I'm saying that he's trying to have sexual relations with you.
Well, we both do yoga anyway.
Fine.
And I'll tell you,
I played golf right after the show yesterday. At not one point did someone suggest we go shower together afterward and then go hit the hot tub. No.
I'll tell you this, is that I will tell you off the air why particularly you wanted to go to this yoga class. I do not feel comfortable saying it on the air.
Okay.
But fair enough. I to my knowledge, he's not a homosexual. We did not hook up. I'm open to it. But anyway,
yeah, and he doesn't have to be homosexual. I don't want to get off on a tangent, but there's a whole spectrum of sexuality, Fred.
Don't I know it? So anyway, he goes, there's this dopamine release, like it does this and this, and I go, all right. And he goes, it's 50 degrees, the water. He goes, go into the cold plunge and sit in there. First of all, I'm in boxer shorts, and so like not bathing suit. So I go into the cold plunge. It's 50 degrees, and he goes, take 20 breaths. So I go, okay. So it's uncomfortable. So I do the 20 breaths, and then he's like, do you want to get out? And I'm like, no, because I'm just numb now. And he's like, all right, see if you can stay in for like a couple minutes. So I stay in for a couple minutes. And he goes, do you want to get out? I go, it doesn't really matter at this point. I'm just numb. It's like I'm having a conversation with him. He's not in it with me. He's in the hot tub. And so he's like, do you want to get out? So I said, no. So I stay in for the 5 minutes. I get out after 5 minutes. It wasn't overly difficult. And then I sat and waited. I sat on this because he was talking to me about something. So he was in the hot tub, and I sat on the side of the cold plunge and talked to him.
He's trying to numb you up. Okay.
Jesus, you are really homophobic.
Well, I tell you, this is one track.
I know, my God, I'm getting somewhere.
It's sex.
He's derailing my story
My
with his.
God, put it in neutral for a second.
It is cheap, immature, and quite homophobic statements. Go ahead.
No, it is an experience I've never had where a buddy of mine says, hey, let's go to yoga, take a sauna, go in the hot tub, and do all these things together. I've never had one of these mandates.
It was at 11 in the morning, but I will say this, is that, I can't go to a bar with guys. I don't know. If you have any more suggestions other than playing golf, I don't know what to tell you. I don't want to, I can't always play golf.
Go home. Read a book.
I wanted to go to yoga, and I like the guy. We belong to the same gym. So anyway, back to my story. So I go into this plunge. I was in it for 5 minutes. I go out. I'm sitting on the side of it. I'm talking to the guy. And I'm waiting for all these incredible things to happen.
Yeah.
And nothing happens.
All the benefits of the cold plunge.
Yeah, there is no dopamine release whatsoever. Like, people are like, I think he told me it's like doing cocaine. He's like, it's like doing cocaine. Like, your brain releases this flood of dopamine. And I've never
spoken like someone who's never done cocaine either.
Oh,
has he done? Okay, well, you know what then?
You're dead wrong.
Maybe he needed to be with me in Albuquerque in the 90s when you were getting the good
fair
stuff.
Enough. That's fair. And so, this guy's not anymore, but there was a point in time. And so I get out of the thing, and I sit there, and but he's like sold it as all this stuff, and it's nonsense. Like, he's just saying nonsense that it does that I know it doesn't. The sauna, by the way, is good for you. Like, they medically, like, they say that is good for you, can decrease swelling and stuff.
Yeah.
Help you sleep and, like, things like that. The cold plunge, I don't think so.
The guy at New England Spas told me when we got our hot tub, that was our big COVID purchase. It's like, okay, we're not going anywhere. Let's buy a hot tub.
Yeah, I did the same thing.
I know. It's like, it seemed to make sense at the time. And I still use it. My son and I use the hot tub more than my wife and daughter. But he told me at the time, he's like, next thing you'll be in here to buy is a sauna. And I thought, really? And he's like, trust me. And he almost wanted me to get the sauna instead of the hot tub. The people who have the saunas, Jim Louth has a sauna at his house. He says it's amazing.
I had one when I lived in Brighton. My apartment, or I had half of a duplex, and in my apartment had a sauna in the bathroom, and I used it outside of summer. I used it every day.
Yeah.
Because if it's in the bathroom, it like you use it like it's no problem. Like it's awesome. You can like read in there, and it also you can kind of control the temperature. So like the one yesterday, I think was at like 145 or like it was real hot, and like you can make it like 120, like 130, like at home, like 125, like at home, which is much more reasonable. Like it smells good. The one at home, like it smells good because it's just you in the wood.
Yeah.
And so
Now-
it's a very enjoyable experience.
Okay, so you were using that at a time when it probably felt good to have like certain toxins released from your body.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I wasn't like, I mean, I wasn't like, I was probably alcoholically drinking, but I wasn't.
Yeah.
I wasn't having problems with it, but go ahead.
I wonder if it would feel as good now, because that's the thing. It's like the only thing I feel like I ever really have to get out of my body is like salt. I'm like, oh God, I shouldn't have had that pastrami sandwich last night. That was a mistake. I'd like to sweat that out, but otherwise,
Well, if nothing else, it does help with sleep.
okay.
Like if nothing else, if you do it before you go to bed, or like around the in that like after dinner,
That's
like if nothing else, it would help you go to sleep.
How much does it cost to have something like that installed?
I
Don't have one.
So you can buy. They're not like insane. Like if you put one outside, they're like really not that expensive. They're but now watch. Everyone's gonna go, what are you thinking expensive? But they have kits. Now you don't put it together, I suggest, unless you're Hardy. But you can have someone come out and put together a kit. I think that you can do. What are they, Hardy? Like $1,000, $1,500.
For an outside one, I don't know. I didn't price them out at all.
Yeah, because I thought of doing it, and because I did use it a lot, and it was way less than a hot tub. I can tell you that, way less than a hot tub.
The hot tub was more than I thought it was going to
Yeah, a hot tub's a lot of money, and there's a ton of maintenance. I didn't have to do anything to the sauna, nothing, because it's just, think about it, it's just a wood room, and you don't have to build a big one, just a wood room with that one heat source, it's like the electrical heat
It's
source with
infrared.
You can do infrared, or you can do, or you can just use the heat source with the rocks that just heats itself up.
Yeah, you can get the in-home ones for you're absolutely right, like couple thousand bucks.
Yeah,
It's a lot cheaper than I would have thought.
yeah, they're way cheaper than hot tubs, and they
Yeah,
require,
way
like
cheaper
again, they
than hot
require
tubs.
no maintenance because they run on electricity.
Now I will say this, because you said what got me thinking about the hot tub was, I saw ones online. It's like, here's a hot tub, and it's like, $3,200, and it's completely ready to go, and you just do all that, and then you start looking into it, and the guy said, look, you can go buy one. He goes, and you can use this for 2 years. He said, and then you're going to be paying someone to haul it away because they're trash. There's a reason why a real hot tub costs twice or three times as much than the ones that you see in your pop-up ads once you just think the words hot tub in your head, and then they all start popping up. So maybe a real sauna will cost more than
No, because I'll tell you why. Because think of all the things that can go wrong in a hot tub. There's mechanical jets, there's water, there's like there's you're pumping water through itself. There's like a million things that can go wrong. Again, a sauna, the main part of it is just wood. Nothing's going to happen to the wood. It's just wood, and it's going to exist forever.
Yeah.
And then there's a literal plug-in heat source.
it's just a hot box.
It's just a hot box, which I don't think is. It can't be very expensive. The box, the price, the cost of it's got to be the wood in the building of it. Like that box can't cost anything. So I mean, believe me, they're not impressive. And you can dump water on them and feel like a big shot. It's like a whole thing.
Oh yeah.
You can. And it was great when the only thing that I liked about going to my father-in-law's house is that he had a big sauna that they never used because he never went into his basement. He literally had never used it.
That's right. You had the escape. You had the escape hatch. away from the Yadro clowns. But yesterday, pleasurable experience is what I'm getting from you overall.
With the cold plunge?
With the cold plunge and...
Well, I'll tell you this. If you can't do a cold plunge for 5 minutes... now, this was 50. Maybe they get colder. I mean, I guess the water would freeze at a certain point. But this was 50 degrees. If you can't do that for 5 minutes, you have no pain tolerance. Like, it stops hurting. It's just... I bet you Maine, that the water in Maine is colder than that in June.
I would agree.
It is.
Yeah.
It is colder than that in June. I know that for a fact.
Yeah, like,
Yes.
so that's why I'm like, why do you live in Maine?
Yeah.
Like, you can't go in the water.
No, it was great. I told
you
you, up in Maine, I was there during Memorial Day weekend, and it was 85 degrees, a rare warm day in Maine, and we weren't allowed to go in the water because hypothermia was in play.
But, Adam, that does
They
not
said
deter
stay
you.
on the shore, stay on the beach.
I just the whole cold plunge trend is wild to me because these people will spend all this money to have this little bucket of cold water in their backyard, and then I say that, well, I like to swim in the ocean in Maine, and they look at me like I'm insane.
You are.
Well, you're swimming in the ocean. A cold plunge is a 5-minute experience.
Sure,
Like,
I get that, but there's similar benefit. Like I'm
No,
on
no,
board
I
with the
understand.
benefits of the cold water.
But when you think about I'm going to go to the beach and spend the day at the beach, you would think that you would want to go in the water for like an hour.
Yeah.
Right? And then if it's 50, 45 degrees, I would imagine that's difficult.
What's the temperature of that fetid, stagnant body of water that you dip in several times a week?
Good use of fetid. It's actually it was quite nice this season.
He took pictures.
Walden is usually in the 60s for most of the summer.
Adam,
Water temperatures in the 60s?
Yeah.
you want to
that's-
hear something? You want to hear something fun? Adam,
Yes, Fred.
you're wearing a baseball cap.
I am wearing a baseball cap today. Yes.
How much you pay for that cap?
I zero
Where'd you get that cap?
from my buddy Freddie T.
Yeah.
That's right.
He took something Al from SSD gave me.
Well, I didn't take it from you. You said I could have it. There's
I didn't mean
difference
you
there.
took it in like a malicious sense.
Oh,
I
okay.
mean that you took it
Yeah.
in that you wanted it and
Yes.
I gave it to you.
Yes.
I didn't mean that you stole it. I would have said stolen.
Yes.
All right, Adam.
Thank you, Fred.
How much you pay for that shirt?
Actually, this is a gift from Dave Tree.
Yeah, it
It's
is.
I got my Tree shirt. He sent me some T-shirts over the pandemic. It was very
What's
nice.
the back of the shirt say?
Plant a
12?
tree or die.
Plant a tree or die.
Dave Tree.
I think you could not plant a tree and live just as long as anyone else. You know, we're all going to die, Adam.
It's another Boston rock band. We're all gonna die.
Really? That's
Yeah,
a good name for
yeah,
a band.
yeah.
You know what? If you, I mean, we're all running around with on our screens just trying to distract ourselves from the inevitable. Those are the first lines of the Russell Brand's book, Recovery. Be listening.
He
at
did
6
a lot of drugs.
But then he stopped at 27, but then he had accusations about himself. Did you know why he had to stop doing drugs?
No.
After 9/11, he was completely messed up on heroin and crack, and he showed up to his job, which was like the MTV of the UK, dressed in a turban and the dress of a Middle Eastern terrorist.
Hey.
Be listening at
Now
6.
that's a sight gag.
Yeah. So he figured maybe I should stop all this heroin. Be listening at 6:50 for your chance to score a pair of tickets to see comedian Sebastian Maniscalco at the DCU Center on March 16th. Tickets on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. Visit the 98.5 The Sports Hub contest page for another chance to win. I do want to take this because I figured this would happen. Josh, go ahead.
Hey, Fred, a true cold plunge, from what I've seen, has always been ice water. You see them breaking the ice outside if they have it outside in the wintertime.
Okay.
They'll take something and break it.
Yeah, I've seen that too, and I think that's my understanding is that's like a hard-on guy going like, look at what I can do.
Well, I've seen pregnant women doing it. So
No, I know, but I think it's more of like a test of will. That is right. Like when you buy a cold plunge,
Okay,
I don't
so-
believe it ices up.
I don't know anything about cold plunges, so Fred's talking about it, and I looked it up, and according to Peloton, cold plunge typically between 50 and 60 degrees, the
Yeah,
water.
this was 50 degrees.
Anywhere from 1 minute up to 10 minutes. Now, you can go as low
All right,
as...
that's easy then.
Yeah, it wasn't hard. It wasn't bad. That's my point. My point's not my toughness. My point is that
No, I didn't think so.
It didn't do
my
nothing.
point was it didn't do nothing. Is my point. I thought I was going to get this giant dopamine release. I mean, people are selling cars to build them. Like, I thought all this stuff was going to happen. That was my point.
There are beginners, experienced plungers, and then ice bath professionals.
Yeah.
Like the
I paid to see
like,
that.
like the
Okay.
soaking competition. I had my soaking competition this weekend. Anybody? Kids in the home? No.
No, I didn't care for that.
Oh,
I only
Fred.
liked the gay character that the guy did. That and
And Hardy,
hello.
Yeah, go
Yeah.
ahead.
you're absolutely right about the hot tub. I bought one during COVID, and it's already gone.
Yeah.
Oh, you bought one of the cheap ones?
Yes, and it made my electric bill double
Oh,
in the
sure.
wintertime.
Yeah, that's there's
Yeah.
there's downsides to them. There's no question. And my friend goes like, dude, if you don't like get into the hot tub or like the sauna after you go into the cold plunge, you'll burn like 500 calories heating your body back up. And I'm like, that does not sound right at all.
Well, if that's the case, I will do that and nothing else every day, and I don't have to exercise.
Yeah, like
Perfect.
how just you can
500 calories?
you
Love
can
that.
Google how long you have to jog to burn 500 calories.
Oh, like an hour.
Yeah, basically. And so like depending on your weight, yeah, and I was just like, all right. He's like, you're better off if you don't eat. I like the guy a lot. I hope he's not listening. I mean, I do like you. Like I enjoy being with you. But he was also like in the way Hardy intended. So the thing is that he also was like, if you don't eat for 3 days, it's better for you than if you do eat, because the food we eat is so bad.
Right.
And I'm like, that doesn't sound right either. He's like, all you need is electrolytes, and I'm like, that doesn't sound right.
Give people long enough to themselves to research a subject, they'll say anything.
Well, that's why
Anything.
YouTube is like, it's just like, oh
The
my
worst.
god.
YouTube is dangerous at times, man. It's
Well,
that
yeah,
you
at times.
can't watch that at all.
And also this measure of success, like you're having, like if you run, and now listen, if you get into good shape, that's commendable and awesome. And if you can run marathons and it helps, like, your motivation and your health, that's great.
Well,
I'm not even insulting that, but this idea that like if you just start running and that you're automatically your life gets like 1,000 times better.
They call it an
a fallacy.
endorphin release, but I got to say, if the cold plunge is cocaine, a 3-mile jog for me is like taking a handful of Quaaludes. I'm out of my mind with just elated and relaxed and invigorated all at the same time. Never got a runner's high, not once.
Do you see
Never,
the old
not
Dennis Miller
once.
joke? He goes, they talk about runner's high. It must have been getting some badass because I've never had that.
Never
George,
had it.
go ahead.
Oh, hey, I was hearing about you guys talk about the
Ice
Rogan
plunge.
cold plunge.
Yeah, the Rogan cold plunge.
Yeah. So, I heard about it mainly from Rogan, and he used to talk about this like guru that was like the main person that started this craze. And I had looked into him, and I'd seen because a lot of his guys are all like just kind of whack jobs. So if you look into them, they're kind of you figure out like what they're really about. So
Sure.
This guy came up as a story of that he used to give himself public enemas, and one time he used to sit on these public fountains, and he kind of blew his guts out. So if you look up this guy Wim Hof, and he has these nasty guts, so that's what I used to find out about it. But I thought it was kind of weird that now that's such a big craze, and a lot of it started with this one nut job.
Who is giving himself public enemas, which
Public enema number one.
Yeah, I know. I was going to say that was the name of a big porn series back in the day.
I got to say, the hot tub, I still use it. And you figured it out, Fred, so early on when I told you what I had done. The TV. And not like a $5,000 outdoor TV, which someone tried to sell me on. I'm like, what are you, nuts? No. $300 from BJ's. Hung that thing and put a tarp over it. And guess what? It works in the winter, works in the summer. No problem. Go out there. I'll be out there tonight watching, I don't know, at least a quarter of the Patriots game in the tub.
You want to hear a long way to go for a joke?
Yeah.
Public enema?
Yeah.
They had those S1Ws. Some wet intestines. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. That was a fun joke. All right, we'll be back with what happened last night.
You're listening to Toucher and Hardy on the Sports Hub. Here's in the booth with the play-by-play.
What a great play there by Lindholm and a perfect finish from David Pastrnak.
Preseason game number 1 happens Sunday at 5 when the Bruins take on the New York Rangers on your home for Boston Bruins hockey all season long. 98.5, the Sports Hub.
It's called rising and grinding.
Start your
Got
day.
your finger on the pulse, Fred.
Begin your
Seldom
day
right and never wrong.
right here. Is that Toucher or is that Hardy?
I know, looks like a poodle. It's an effing poodle, dumbass.
The Sports Hub.
Did you catch a game last night?
Hey, we're Toucher and Hardy. Hardy, what happened last evening?
Red Sox played the Tampa Bay Rays in Tampa. Trevor Story getting it done early.
It's a swing and a shot by Trevor Story. That one is back there, and she's gone. He did not wait a second to tag that one, and he has tied the game 1-1. A bullet into the stands and left. His second home run of the season.
It really wasn't all that early. That was in the 6th inning to tie it up at 1. A low-scoring affair, a pitcher's duel last night at Tropicana Field. Would the Red Sox be able to pull off the victory, though? In the 8th inning.
Ground ball base hit into right field. That brings in a go-ahead run. Story will score, and it's 2-1 Boston. Jaron Duran is 73rd RBI.
And that would be your final 2-1. Red Sox get the win over Tampa Bay. They will wrap up the 3-game set tonight in what will be the first of their last 10 games of this regular season.
Right at 500.
Right at 500. That's where they stand right now. They got a very good Johnny Wall game. That got them back to 500 last night.
Yes.
So I heard Sean McAdam yesterday. Would anyone care to hear where I heard him?
Sure.
Go ahead, guess. Where did I hear Sean McAdam yesterday?
Oh, on Mad Dog.
Let me re-answer for Wallach. No, he does not care to guess. He just wants you to tell him.
That's why I said Mad Dog. Because Mad Dog. You know why? Because the guy who wrote the Eagles' first 2 hits died.
Oh.
So Sean McAdam called in to talk about
Who wrote the first 2 Eagles?
He dated Linda Ronstadt, so he's one of 5 million guys.
Okay.
And
that puts him in a very exclusive club.
It puts him in a very exclusive club. And Joni Mitchell. This guy's like McAdam was talking about what a swordsman he was, and he's like, and he dated Joni Mitchell and Carole King, and I'm like,
Carole King.
that
Wow.
just sounds like a guy who liked not very attractive women. He goes by the name of J.D. Souther. And he was he wrote The New Kid in Town, which I'm unaware of, and Best of My Love by the Eagles, which I don't know either.
Okay, that's a name that I think we should know, Fred. Is it Souther? J.D. Souther. 12.
Souther.
Who's J.D. Souther? Why do I know him?
He's a songwriter, obviously. But Hardy, I'm not able to pull up from my brain Rolodex other songs he's written. But I think if you dig into like his Wikipedia page, you'll probably find a few that you know.
You're no Sean McAdam.
No,
I'll tell you that.
No. Oh, he co-wrote "Heartache Tonight." Okay.
Yeah.
Some like really not great songs he wrote.
Yeah. Like and I don't even mind the Eagles or whatever to me. And I guess he grew up with Glenn Fry in Michigan. These are all things I gleaned from Sean McAdam. He's the rock and roll expert in the rock and roll powerhouse that is Mad Dog's show. But Mad Dog asked him, and I know I talk about Mad Dog a lot, but I'm in the car an awful lot while he's on the air. And he said, what are the people thinking about the Red Sox? And Sean McAdam said, people are angry. And to that, I would say, no.
No
one cares about it at all.
No.
And we'll tell you this. If you recall, I believe a week and a half ago, I said, watch your Detroit Tigers.
Half game out now?
Yep. And guess the number of RBI that no one on the Tigers has more than.
80.
65.
Oh,
There's no one on the Detroit Tigers with more than 65 before last night RBI.
What about your former number 1 pick, the Torque, Spencer Torkelson? Isn't he on the team?
Yes, Spencer Torkelson is on the team. He's their starting first baseman. And you know what helped them, and you might not believe this, is Javier Baez getting hurt.
I'm not shocked about that at all.
Yeah,
that might be one of the worst contracts in baseball in the last decade.
Riley Green has 71 now, but after Riley Green, the next highest is 58.
Go get him, Tiger.
There you go.
Rawr.
Goodness.
Go get him, Tiger.
So that's the AL Central. The NL Central was clinched by the Brewers last night. Actually
That's
clinched,
shocking.
I think, before they even took the field. But
Yeah.
then they got the win anyway, so they could feel good about themselves.
That's a terrible division. And if the Cardinals don't fire their general manager and manager, then people are not going to games in St. Louis, which might be interesting to you guys because you probably think the St. Louis fans go to everything. They are actually extraordinarily apathetic right now.
Oh,
And I would figure that St. Louis needs that gate. Like, if you're not getting that gate, you can't pay anybody because they're like a smaller market team, but they spend like a top third team or like top, probably like a top third team sometimes, like above average spending. Yeah. And I would imagine they depend a lot on that gate. And no one's going to those games. So if I'm owning that team, I'm firing Mazalik and whatever dopey manager they fired Milt Schilt for. Go ahead.
Payroll's $175 million. That's now that seems like a lot, but on opening day that was 11th. So
I don't think that's considered a lot anymore.
No, I know, but it's a
significant
mid-market,
for St. Louis.
Close to top third for a team that is not. This should not have a large payroll.
Right. And so now that people aren't going to the games, I have a feeling that there should be major changes, but we'll see.
Speaking of large payrolls, Yankees missed the playoffs last year, but last night they got themselves in with a 2-1 win over the Mariners in 10 innings.
I'm sorry, did you hear why everyone's mad at Soto?
No.
It's because after the game yesterday, or 2 days ago, he hit his home run, and now he's hit a home run in every park. So the Yankees are obviously involved in a divisional chase. They're going to win the division, but there's their best record in them and the Cleveland are fighting for the best record in baseball in the American League. This, then, and the third. And Soto goes. They ask him, "Hey, what did you think about hitting a home run in every park?" And he goes, "Well, that should help me in free agency." And so now the people of New York are very upset at him for saying that. Because he's a free agent, and I heard yesterday they were like, "What do you think his? How much does Ohtani make?
$70 million.
Oh, yeah,
$70 million.
No, like the total contract is 700 and 600.
700, 10 years, $700 million.
So they said, "How much do you think Soto will make?" And he said it will start with a 6. Like the guy I heard talking about it, and he said it's got to be the Yankees because remember what happened to Toronto last year when they were chasing Ohtani. They chased Ohtani, and didn't get him. So then they had to scramble, and that's part of the reason they sucked this year is that they had to scramble and they couldn't add. I mean, they were willing to add a tremendous amount of payroll. So the way Boris does is he slow plays all these things, obviously, and the Yankees are by far the favorite to get him. So if you're another team, the question is this, like, because Toronto would probably be in on Soto, the Mets would probably be on Soto. So do you go in on him and wait till March because you can't add to your payroll while you're waiting around to see if you're going to give someone $600 million plus?
You can't.
So
you can't wait.
So the Yankees, by that measure, would almost certainly end up with Juan Soto because I think you could offer Juan Soto anything, and Boris won't take it right away. So that's where they're at. So look for him to be back with the Yankees. And also,
that's crazy though to say that out loud. What is that? Your inner monologue speaking outwardly, like, yeah, this is going to help me in free agency.
Yeah, and by the way, you've been hitting in front of Aaron Judge all season, so you want to get rid of that. By the way, he's got 200 home runs. He's 25 years old.
Yeah, that's it. He is. Well, we talked about this a lot. He is far and away the best hitter of this generation, or will be before all is said and done. He's very young. Right now, Ohtani and Judge are the two best hitters, but
they're in their 30s.
Yeah.
Right? I know
Ohtani
Judge
is crowding 30.
Okay.
And Judge is over.
Is 32 or
32,
something.
Yeah.
Quick story
Baseball.
here that we'll get to Don Sweeney and the Bruins here in just a moment, but Patrick Pass, former Patriots fullback,
yes,
arrested yesterday in Rhode Island. Did you hear what he was arrested for, Fred?
I did not.
Allegedly assaulting a man at the gym. Would you care to guess how old the man was that he allegedly assaulted at the gym yesterday?
Well, you said a man, so I'm guessing over 18.
Yes, and just however old you think, go much older.
82.
That's my dad's age.
Yes.
My dad's always picking on ex-NFL guys, too. He got into it with Franco Harris just recently.
According to the report, Patrick Pass and the unidentified man allegedly got into an argument over exercise equipment at a Planet Fitness in North Providence.
Two things about that. Let's go. Let's start with this. Why are you living in North Providence? Second of all, why are you belong to Planet Fitness? You're an ex-athlete. And 3, you're using the same equipment as an 82-year-old guy. You're Patrick Pass can't be old. What's Patrick Pass? 31, 30 years old? How old is Patrick Pass? He cannot be old. He did not have a long NFL career. How old is Patrick Pass?
I'm trying to.
You effort at that, please, if you would be so kind.
1977. He is 46.
Oh, well, my bad. I guess he is using the same
46.
equipment. He's using like the Nautilus stuff.
Yeah, he was drafted in 2000. He's 46.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
I thought he was younger than that. Now I feel like a fool. I had him off by over a decade. And so he was using the same equipment. How do you assault him? Like with his words or with a nice knuckle sandwich?
Well, initially he was hurt by his words. But, yes, according to the court records, he pushed him to the floor. And this happened in late August. The 82-year-old reportedly sustained injuries to his back.
Well, that's going to happen. I mean, if you jostle any 82-year-old too much, they're going to hurt their back.
So it's funny you mentioned that. The charge is assaulting a man over 60 years of age, causing bodily injury, which is a felony, and disorderly conduct, which is a misdemeanor. So yeah, it is a different crime when you assault someone over the age of 60.
Yeah, if you were at one point like sculpting your body for some elite purpose, there's nothing wrong with Planet Fitness, but you should go somewhere other than Planet Fitness. You know what I'm saying? Should be Gold's Gym Guy when they open up the garage doors so everyone can see you when they're walking by on foot. All right, we'll be back in just a moment. Here are the headlines.
Sports Hub headlines.
Patriots visit the Jets tonight. Vidarian Lowe and City So are out for the Patriots. Mark Bertrand and Chris Gasper bring you Patriots preview at 5:30, and that will be followed by kickoff with Bob Sosi and Scott Zolak at 8:15 here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. The Bruins opened up training camp yesterday. GM Don Sweeney confirmed Jeremy Swayman remains unsigned and will not be joining his team on the ice today. Red Sox beat Tampa Bay last night 2-1 at Tropicana Field, and the New England Revolution played to a 2-2 draw with CF Montreal and Foxborough last night. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Catches Law. Injured and can't work? Turn to Catches Law, the official law firm of the New England Patriots, to tackle your needs. With local attorneys who live and serve here in New England, let Catches fight for you. Go to catcheslaw.com to book your free consultation. I'm John Wallach at Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 7 o'clock.
You're listening to Toucher and Hardy on the Sports Hub.
You're looking at Hardy like he should know.
A little disappointed that he doesn't.
It's not Robert Earl Keen.
No, but he's got a new album out. I haven't listened to it yet. It's supposed to be good. Come on.
Minor threat.
If I'm going to go this route, who am I going to throw in?
Chet Atkins? Jayhawks?
No, but that's a good idea.
And it's not Sunvolt.
Give it a moment. You'll get it here.
Okay. Oh, that's... Oh, wow.
I know who it is. Yeah. I'm almost disappointed in you, Hardy.
Try to song about Bears.
Yeah, well, this is not...
Hubba-dubba-doo.
This is not his song. This is from the compilation covers album. I think
It's Lyle Lovett, ladies and
it
gentlemen.
is Lyle Lovett.
It's like the one Lyle Lovett song I can find. That dude likes to sing right away. Like he likes to just quick 4-bar intro and then he's belting it out. It's not really conducive for music beds. But that was for you, Hardy.
I don't think that's his song.
I don't care if it's a song or not. He's the one singing it.
Yeah. It's from Step Inside This House, which is like a covers compilation.
Try to give a guy a gift.
It's
a
a
little bit
call.
of-
No, I mean, I like it.
Step Inside This House is a siren song of pedophiles.
Yeah, it's a Stephen Fromhold.
Followed up, hey, you want to come in the van? Step inside this house.
You know what totally bums me out? I totally forgot about Tom Goss, who was going to be here. I think he was in town
That's
a week ago yesterday. I know, but I wanted him to come in even though we wouldn't maybe have talked to him. That's a different Bears song written by Stephen Fromholz. It's not a real Lyle Lovett song, which is why I didn't immediately recognize it.
Well, if you have a good, real Lyle Lovett song that I can use as
Oh,
a
do
rejoin
I?
a music bed, you just send it my way, buddy.
Fred's really going to like all of my picks. All right, let's...
I don't care.
Okay.
You can do whatever you want.
All right. Don Sweeney talking yesterday. Reports swirling
More
around.
like Don Weenie.
When did you think of that? You must have thought of it
He
yesterday.
stole it from me. All right, go ahead.
Reports swirling around yesterday on various outlets. Well, one outlet and then picked up by another, reporting that the Jeremy Swayman deal was done. Not the case.
Jeremy Swayman will not be in attendance tomorrow on the ice. He has chosen to wait, and rightfully so, till a contract is settled. It's our intention to continue to negotiate a contract.
What is the motivation to say, like, Jeremy Swayman signed if you didn't talk to anybody that would know that Jeremy Swayman signed? How does that benefit you in any way? I just don't understand.
Oh, to report it, you mean?
Yeah, just to, like, announce it. Like, I don't understand how that benefits you. Just, you don't know, obviously. In like, what are people going to go, like, you know what? You're the greatest. Like, you got it first. Like, it's not even remotely true. It's not like a bad thing that anyone would do, but it just, the people that reported that he had signed, it's like, what do you, why? Like, what does that get you? Like, all it can do is make people think you're full of crap. Like, what does it get you? And then if you're right, there's no benefit to it.
I totally understand what you're saying. There is that, I guess, minor elation of being right and hearing your name cited by other people. So-and-so was the first to report, but it wasn't an actual report anyway. The one guy who had it, who was like reporting it, apparently is not all that tapped in. But then other people attached themselves to it and, said that they had it confirmed. You didn't have it confirmed.
But then,
and I agree with you 100%, Fred. Why bother?
You're an entertainer. Like, you don't, your job, it doesn't benefit you at all to break news. Like, that's not why people are like a columnist. Like, you're not supposed to break news. Like, you're an entertainer. Like, I don't get it. Like, there's guys whose jobs is only to do that, including Wojnarowski, which we'll get to.
Yeah, but Don Sweeney was upset. Ty Anderson asking some questions.
I'd be upset at him too. I'd be like, "Look at you, punk."
You don't care for Ty all of a sudden?
Oh,
Straight
I'm
edge
kidding.
Pee-wee, get away from me.
That was being sarcastic. I like.
Okay, good.
Don't. What are you doing to Ty? Making him think I don't like him. Jesus Christ, that was cruel. I said I was being nice, and you've turned it into something else. And that's not the guy to do that to.
Let's.
He's on very thin ice. Go ahead.
No,
not with his job, just with his. He just seems upset all the time. All right, go ahead.
Time for one more. You've said it a few times.
I like that, huh?
What? I hate to go back to what inaccuracies are bothering you? You've mentioned them a couple of times now. What specifically inaccuracies are
Go ahead and ask me a specific one. If you got knowledge of it, like that we haven't offered an 8-year deal, or we haven't, we're not willing to compromise, or we haven't moved on things. Like, at the end of the day, I'm not talking about specifics. You're just not gonna get it. But the fact I did reference one, as a matter of fact. I think it's that somebody says I wouldn't return a call for 3 weeks. There, that's inaccurate. Was it written? Was it said? Was it written?
that one? I'm not sure.
Well, I will tell you, I don't listen to podcasts. As I said, my son loves biz, thinks he's fabulous. I think he's a great entertainer, okay? But at the end of the day, they're inaccurate. And that's okay, because that's all part of the business
Can you pause
nowadays.
It? When has Biz Marquee, who has left the earth too quickly, become such an Esther?
And when did he put that on a podcast? He must have been talking about this a long time ago.
I mean, if you listen to Pickin' Boogers backwards, it does say this.
Radio, TV, and even the press say what's the meaning of VAPORS.
Nice.
Look at how fast he is.
It's okay if you turn around and say it's your opinion or your belief and such, but don't report it as fact. That's all. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, and so Biz is apparently a guy from Spin and Chicklets.
Paul Bissonnette, who, by the way, after hearing what Sweeney said yesterday, doubled down. And he tweeted out after Sweeney went at him, hearing more information about the Swayman situation. And boy, oh boy, I can't wait for the next podcast. We've requested Sweeney would love to clear the air.
I bet Spin and Chicklets is great. I just don't know how many people listen to a hockey podcast in general. Like, it seems like maybe in Canada, but it seems like a very like, it doesn't seem like a huge audience.
Well, the Brew Boys or the Cold Brew or the
Morning Brew.
Morning Brew.
They're more dependent on their logo for their success.
That's marketing for you.
Yeah. The worst logo I've ever seen.
See, had you said it and then just let it go, I'd be like, Fred, but then you got to just say it.
No, kind of like would be playing something where you're waiting for the last note and it's uncomfortable until that last note is played.
What goes on in there? Why do you do that?
I've told Billy 100 times. You've heard me.
And how is that received by your friend Billy?
He should change the logo, Hardy. It's advice.
How did he take it when you've told him this?
I don't care. As someone who likes him, I think I'm doing him a service. Change the logo. Like, if there was a logo for Touch Your Heart Hardy and it didn't make any sense, and someone that knew me said, "Hey, dude, that logo's no good. You got to change it. It doesn't make any sense." I'd change it. It wouldn't hurt my feelings.
You don't care how you make your friend feel?
Okay, in my opinion, that shouldn't hurt your feelings. It's business advice. It's my advice for his business. If I said your podcast sucks and you're not talented,
yes,
that's an assault on his talent and his character and his abilities. Just saying, hey, whoever came up with your logo, it was bad and not good. You have a good podcast. You're doing a disservice to yourself having this logo. It's like an ancillary thing, right? Like if someone said, "Oh, Touch Your Heart, you have a really good show, but your promos suck." That to me would be like, "Oh, that's something I could improve." It's not an indictment of my talent. It's saying more people should hear your talent, and this is getting in the way. Maybe that's really my thinking.
Maybe your friend Billy, despite your decades-long friendship,
isn't that the truth?
Has different sensitivities than you.
And that's where I run into problems. Is that you're absolutely correct? Is that I believe that and I think we all do, but my sensitivities. I think I'm being a good friend by doing that. I really do. I do.
Does he?
I don't care. There you go. If he should listen to me and change the logo. Caller number 10 of it's a great podcast. It's a very good podcast.
You could do podcast logo consulting.
And my visual eye, I see.
Interesting.
Believe me, I've plugged that podcast more than anyone else on the planet. Caller number 10 in the contest line, 617-931-0985. Will score a pair of tickets to see comedian Sebastian Maniscalco at the DCU Center on March 16th. Tickets on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com.
Get the Carnauba wax on the fender there, and I don't know.
Visit the 98.5 The Sports Hub contest page for another chance to win. We will be
It's
back.
my Sebastian Maniscalco. I think it was pretty good.
You should see his Instagram reels. They're great. He goes to the grocery store and says, "Why is this happening?" And you said, "No, don't do that."
Oh.
He's very popular.
He's very funny.
Yeah,
I'm sure he is.
You've seen,
Not on Instagram.
Comedians in cars with coffee. That's one.
I like comedians with cars with coffee.
He did an episode.
Yeah, I enjoyed that show. All right, we'll be back in just a moment.
You're listening to WBZ-FM and HD Boston 98.5. The Sports Hub, a Beasley Media Group station. Sports Hub headlines.
Patriots have listed starting offensive lineman Verdarian Lowe and City So is out heading into their next game. That game is tonight on the road against the New York Jets. Mark Bertrand and Chris Gasper at Patriots Preview at 5:30 here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. That'll be followed by kickoff at 8:15 with Bob Sosek and Scott Zolak. The Jets have listed linebacker C.J. Mosley as questionable. In other NFL news, Adam Vinatieri, Eli Manning, Marshawn Lynch, Terrell Suggs, and Luke Kuechly are among the first-time eligibles this year for election to the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Turning to hockey, the Bruins will go through their first training camp practice of the season today in scenic Brighton, Massachusetts. GM Don Sweeney confirmed yesterday his team will be without Jeremy Swayman.
He has chosen to wait, and rightfully so, till a contract is settled. It's our intention to continue to negotiate a contract.
Brad Marchand is present, but is not expected to be with the main group on the ice. He underwent 3 off-season surgeries. The Red Sox beat Tampa Bay 2-1 last night at Tropicana Field. They're back at 500 for the season. They'll close down this 3-game series tonight. And the New England Revolution played to a 2-2 draw with CF Montreal and Foxborough last night. The Revs have a record of 8 wins, 16 losses, and 4 draws. They're currently in last place in the Eastern Conference with 6 matches left. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Eastern Diabetic Care. Are you using a Freestyle or Dexcom continuous glucose monitor to manage your diabetes? Eastern Diabetic Care of New England provides awesome customer support with on-time home delivery of all your supplies. Visit easterndiabetic.com. That's easterndiabetic.com. I'm John Wallach at Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 7:30.
Boston's best sports talk. There's an app for that. Download the Sports Hub app for loads of stuff. Absolutely free. Connect with the shows, get podcasts, and more. Get it where you get your apps. Or at 985sportsHub.com. Dutcher and Hardy, the reviews are in.
I got to stay on talk about to give him about 5 minutes of my time.
Hear what he said. Now more of on the Sports Hub.
All right, we are Dutcher and Hardy. You can watch us on YouTube, and we are brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. There's all this talk of Melania Trump's nude photos, and then you go to the nude photos, and a lot of them are just AI'd up. Oh, no, here it is. It's real. She did a nude photo shoot for a magazine called Max in France, a girl scenario.
Oh,
yeah, it's not too hard on the eyes. I will tell you that.
Yeah,
and it's artistic. It is. It's an artistic shoot. It's not pornographic, in my opinion. But it does exist. So hooray for the internet. Go ahead. What are we doing here? You tell me.
All right, so go, Hardy. There's been a new ranking of TV shows using a metric including Netflix and IMDb and Amazon users and virtually every major ranking and rating system. They have compiled the ultimate list that ranked the best TV shows of all time. This huge metric was used. Think of it as, the ultimate sports stat to determine who the best is.
QBR.
Yeah, sure.
UZR.
War.
It's war.
War.
It's F4.
It's war.
Repping wins above replacement.
That's right. TV war.
Or
Javi Baez.
Win probability added. I like that one. The
win frivolity and frivolity. This just in, Travis, on the facts. Jim, you had me spit out my coffee on my computer. I'm going to get fired with your frivolity and probability take. That was awesome. Play on words. Thank you.
So we have 50 TV shows here.
Okay, so it's critical and popularity. It's a mixture of the two, you're saying.
Yes, and again, this takes into account 10 different ranking services, systems, critics.
It's all streaming.
Rotten Tomatoes. No, these are.
They were broadcast, but it doesn't count Nielsen ratings. Or is it just how they performed on streaming?
Critically and audience reception. So it did not have to be necessarily highly rated.
Oh, yeah.
Just
this will be easy.
best TV shows. I don't know that it's going to be this. You're not thinking about that most highly rated, the most highly received.
No, but I know
audience
who's going to be the most highly received. All right, now, do
Okay.
they span the history of television?
I would say this is mostly the last 20 years.
Yeah, all right. So Sopranos is in the top 3. It's in the top 10.
It is in the top 10. Sopranos comes in at number 4.
Okay.
All right, so it was in the top 5. But I
said-
said top 3. My bad. I got cocky. All right, we don't need the theme.
Yeah, we do.
There's production value.
Everyone remembers the theme. All right, so
They were against the producers. They said this is a little too obvious. I woke up this morning, got myself a gun, and then they listened to it a couple of times. You know who did the music for The Sopranos? Who picked the songs?
Who?
The E Street Band guy, the dude who was on the
Stevie
show.
Van Zandt.
Yeah,
I'm no fan of that theme.
Oh, okay.
I like The Sopranos, even though very hard to rewatch. If you've ever tried.
Oh, I've watched it 3 times.
Oh, you have?
I think I see stuff that I did not see before.
See, that's why I would rewatch it. But even the first episode is very difficult for me to get through with the Ducks.
Well, it's pretty much any TV show's first season is a little weird to
Seinfeld,
watch.
Certainly.
Oh, you can't unwatchable.
I'm guessing The Wire would be in the top 10.
Very good. Fred.
Speaking of first seasons that are tough to get through.
Yeah, but once you do, you're rewarded.
Yeah.
Is this Caroline in the City? This theme sucked too, by the way.
Well,
I thought it was bad about you. I'm sorry.
They changed it every season. They would do different versions, different mixes.
Well, that was what's great about that show is that the whole show changed every season. It had some consistent characters. What number is that?
Number 6.
If Breaking Bad's ahead of them, I'm going to be upset.
That would be my guess. Number 1, right?
The number 1 show of all time is Breaking Bad.
That's the theme of that song, too.
Now, I stand by this Breaking Bad take. They had no idea it was going to be as popular as it was, which is why that show comes out of the gate like a bullet. So much happens in the first 3 episodes, and then by the end of the first season, they're like, oh, people are really liking what we're submitting so far. We got to slow this down. And by the time you get to seasons like 3 and 4, that's when you get your bottle episodes. Oh, let's do one called The Fly.
Yes.
And it's just them sitting in a room for an hour.
Yeah,
and
great
it's gonna
shows
be
don't do
awesome.
bottle episodes, which are shows that don't move plot and are in the same place. That's why they're called bottle episodes. They're
Cheap.
one-off episodes.
Cheaper to shoot.
And they're
Yeah.
incredibly cheap to shoot, and that's why shows that do like 22 episodes a year do them. I always get okay, so I love The Shield. It's not going to be on there, but I love The Shield. Breaking Bad's like The Shield. The Shield was great, but it was a soap opera. Like it was a violent soap opera. Now it's got the best ending of any show I've ever seen.
Agreed.
And so you have to understand, like, I like The Shield a lot. I loved it, but it's not like art. You understand what I'm saying? Like it's more, and that's how I feel about Breaking Bad. Is like Breaking Bad was a great show, but it's not. It doesn't reach that next strata of like it's like a great film. It's like it becomes art. Like it's a long form piece of art.
The Shield came in at number 45
Okay.
on the top 50 shows of all time. I couldn't make it through the second season of The Shield. I'm like, it's too.
Oh no, it gets awesome. It gets awesome.
It's so ridiculous though. It's like it's not believable.
It gets awesome. Goggins is awesome.
great
Oh yeah,
character.
you know Goggins is on that.
Oh.
From your boy,
Walton Goggins,
little
yeah.
baby
Yeah.
Billy.
Oh, Uncle Baby Billy.
Uncle Baby
Baba
Billy.
Bonkers.
Uncle Baby Billy was coming out party.
Y'all play too much now.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a guy I know who looks exactly like him and dresses exactly like him, and I'm not kidding.
That's awesome. I like that guy.
And now I can't. He wears Western shirts tucked into sweatpants.
I got Marcy an Uncle Baby Billy's Bible Bonkers T-shirt for Mother's Day.
Oh, that's nice of you.
That's really nice.
Well, it's nice that you got her a Mother's Day gift at all, considering she's not your mother.
I forgot to get my mother something. All right.
Okay,
Number two.
Mad Men has got to be in the top 10.
Mad Men is not in the top 10. I'm sorry, Fred.
Why? What's ahead of Mad Men?
Number 2 is a show that none of us watched. But everybody on the planet watched it. I don't think any of the three of us watched it. And people insisted upon it. You're watching the finale tonight?
Is it Game of Thrones?
Very good. Fred.
I did watch it.
Yeah, he'd watch it. Yeah, he's a moron.
I've seen every episode of Game of
I
Thrones.
liked the first 3 seasons, and then when they cut the guy's balls off, I didn't care for it anymore.
It ended poorly. Ended very poorly.
Well, I mean, it Lost better not be in the top 50.
That's what I thought of when he was talking about. It comes out like gangbusters.
No, Lost can't be in the top 50.
Number 35.
Yes, it can.
No, because any idiot could have written Lost.
I'll never.
If nothing
forget
has
the
to
day
make
after the last
sense,
episode.
if nothing has to make sense, you can just do everything. Lost is a scam. It's a sleight of hand trick that doesn't work. It's a sleight of hand trick that the audience finds out at the end is fake.
By the way, Mad Men is in at number 21. Let's get to the rest.
Hachi. Is Seinfeld on it? Do they give any good sitcoms?
I know. Is it a list that
Is
tries
Always
to be
Sunny
cute?
on it? Is Seinfeld on it?
Always Sunny's 28.
I'll tell you what's on it is a comedy that has gotten a lot of awards lately. It's a comedy.
Oh, The Bear?
Here we go.
Bear. Yeah.
Number 40.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So this is one of those lists.
Is Frasier on it?
Themselves.
Is Cheers on it?
The Office is the highest ranking sitcom I see on here at number 17.
Okay. Wow, they just think 16 shows are better than any sitcom that's ever been. Well, is MASH on it? Everyone loved MASH.
It doesn't go back that far.
All in the Family?
No, because it wouldn't go back that far.
I know, but I mean, these are shows that should be on it.
The Andy Griffith Show would be number 1 if they went, all-time shows.
Just for things that make you not want to kill yourself. If
Always
you're hardy.
Sunny is number 28, Fred.
Yeah. All right. Well, at least they got some.
Seinfeld is number 30.
Is South Park on there?
South Park is not on.
Simpsons?
Oh, no. Please don't have The Simpsons on there.
I don't see South Park or The Simpsons on here.
Okay. Now we got to think of pretentious hour-long shows that no one watched.
Okay, so in at number 3,
it's like Boardwalk Empire.
I don't know what this show is. It is about a nuclear disaster site.
Chernobyl.
Yeah, very good. I
never saw it. It's supposed to be good.
What is Chernobyl? What is the show?
It's supposed to be good. It's supposed to be really good. In fact, I should probably watch it.
What
I've heard it's
about
good.
Succession or Billions or
No.
Succession number 18.
But Billions can't be on there, right?
Billions is not on.
Okay.
Here. Didn't see
Well, I mean, I'm trying to think along
too
the
much.
lines.
Billions too much. You make it 100 million. You can't make it a billion.
Band of Brothers, which I did not watch. I hear is very, very
Yeah,
good.
Band of Brothers is good, but it's not a TV show. It's a limited run series.
Right.
So is True Detective on there? Because that's not a series either. It's a limited run thing.
Yeah, well, True Detective, if they're going to put that on there, it would only be season 1. Season 2 was unwatchable.
Yeah, I didn't even bother.
Oh, 47. Wow.
Yeah,
True
this is
Detective made it on for that first season alone.
Okay. Give me a second because I'm gonna go. So the top 10 we have so far is Breaking Bad, The Wire,
Game of Thrones,
Sopranos,
Chernobyl. Yep.
Chernobyl. Something else that people insisted on that was like an hour-long show, but now you're telling me that limited run series, like
I would say 2 of the remaining 3 in the top 10 are good shows that I watched, and the other one I don't even know what it is.
Is Eastbound and Down one of them?
Eastbound and Down is not on here, Fred. Come on.
Why? It's too funny. That's ridiculous that I would think the funny show would on it.
I'm at a loss. Did you say Dexter?
Oh, no, Dexter ended so poorly that it can't be.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. That was the wrong one. I don't see Dexter on here. Sorry,
Yeah.
Wallach. You're wrong. Wrong, Wallach. Wrong.
Okay.
All right.
How about this? Very closely related to the number 1 show.
Game of Thrones.
No.
Breaking Bad. Oh, God.
Better Call
not
Saul.
Better Call Saul.
Better Call Saul.
Not only is it on there, Fred, Better Call Saul is a better show than Breaking Bad.
You got to really commit to that, though, Hardy. Like that first season is a slog.
But it's paced because they knew exactly how many episodes they were going to do, and they said, "Okay, we can tell this story with the proper pacing."
I don't doubt that it's a good show. Like, I'm not saying it's not. The only thing is that it's too much. It's too much to get through. Like the first 3 episodes they're not good. They're just flat out not good.
So
I'm sure it pays off later.
2 more here in the top 10. I would say this is the outlier in that the first season was the best of this show. It was supposed to end after the last 2 seasons, and apparently there will be another. But the first season of this show is undoubtedly the best. It was a bit of a phenomenon, and we thought it ended, and we thought it ended again, and it's coming back.
Is it a cable show?
It's a Netflix show.
I have no idea.
Stranger Things.
The 80s were a strange time. Look, we have a character who's got a mullet. Isn't that fun? They're listening to music on cassette tape.
I don't even know what to tell you about number 9, because I don't know what this is. Based on the 19th century British detective.
Oh,
I guess.
Is it Sherlock Holmes?
Sherlock?
Somewhere my mom has just gotten out of cucumber.
The 9th best TV show of all time is Sherlock.
Of course it is.
It's really good.
Yeah, of course
I
you
don't know
like
that
it,
it's
Adam.
number 9.
Is it on PBS?
It's BBC.
Yeah. Okay. Do they play it on PBS?
I don't remember.
How are you seeing it if it's on BBC?
I don't know. On some streaming service.
Do they have it on DVD at the library?
Probably, actually.
Finally, number 10, a TV show that I say you only have to get through the first 5 minutes, and you better have the subtitles on for the entire series.
Blinders.
God.
Peaky Blinders.
Right.
I actually
You don't
just
like
started
Peaky
this.
Blinders?
I actually just started it.
No.
What do you think so far, Wallach?
I'm only a few episodes in, so it's a long way to go. There are a lot of plot lines. I find myself interested. A lot of engaging characters. Cillian Murphy's great.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Wait till
That's what we need more of.
Tom Hardy shows up.
Second season.
Did you see Tom Hardy? Did you make it that far into Peaky Blinders?
The only thing I know about Tom Hardy is that he loves esoteric. And that's seriously the only thing I know about Tom Hardy. I don't know anything else about Tom Hardy. I wouldn't recognize him if I saw him.
Well, he's almost unrecognizable in Peaky Blinders, but it's one of the best character portrayals on TV of all time.
I think I'm all set with the people from Europe gangsters. Like anything Irish gangster, anything British gangster, I think I'm all set. I don't need it.
You should watch The Craze. That's a good one.
You know what show I'm going to watch next is called London. It's called London 1978 or something like that. It's like about skinhead kids back before they were Nazis. That's supposed to be very good.
Oh, by the way, Seinfeld did make it in number 30. Okay, so there you go. Seinfeld's in there.
If you put your list of best shows of all time, what would you put at number 1?
As much as I want to say the Andy Griffith Show, I think Seinfeld is.
I would put
the best
Seinfeld
TV
at number
shows.
1
It's
too.
the best show ever.
If you take away season 1, Seinfeld is the best show of all time.
Yeah, and think about it. The first season sucks, and the finale is awful, and it's still the best TV show ever.
But I know what Larry David was trying to do with the finale.
I know what he did too, and it just missed.
I don't think it's awful. I think it got a bad rap.
How about this? It's not funny.
Would you put 90210 in your top 10 shows of all time, Jonathan?
I would. It would be like 10, but yes,
Yeah.
I would.
See, I would say Seinfeld, Always Sunny, Mad Men. And then it's up for grabs. Then I don't know. And then I would put Family Guy in there. So I like stupid crap apparently. I don't like smart stuff. What do I know? And I know all of you like Peaky Blinders and I don't and that stuff. Real quick, I know we're running late. Danny, go ahead.
Yeah, interesting fact of Tom Hardy. He doesn't just like esoteric. He actually raps on some of his songs under the pseudonym Frankie Pulitzer. It's like a badly kept secret, but he's actually pretty good. It's worth checking out.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you. Do you know are they Czarface records or are they just esoteric records?
They're like they're Czarface songs, and he's been on like 2 or 3 of his songs as like a featured artist, but he raps under Frankie Pulitzer, and like you wouldn't know it was him unless you knew it was him.
Oh, Danny, thank you. That's actually very good information. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. So there you go. I'm interested in that. All right. Even though I don't know what he looks like, but nonetheless, he's a very big proponent of Czarface and esoteric. All right. We'll be back in just a moment.
Toucher and Hardy, 98.5 The Sports.
Hey, we're Toucher and Hardy. Be listening at 7:50 for your chance to score a pair of tickets to see the Deftones next April at the Garden. Surprise. Tickets on sale today at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. Didn't win? Head to the contest page at 985thesportshub.com for another chance to win. Always love having Christopher Price on. He, of course, beat writer for the Boston Globe about the Patriots. He joins us on the Volkswagen Dealers Expert Hotline. Christopher Price, hello, sir.
Good morning, Fred. How you doing?
I'm well. Thank you so much for coming on with us. Always a pleasure. And
my pleasure.
Okay, so the game tonight is very important in that if the Jets lose, I might not ever do this again. It's going to be too much for me. But I was a little surprised the Jets are 6.5-point favorites. It's their home opener. It's a short week. In your opinion, why are the Jets a 6.5-point favorite?
Because the Patriots can't get any sort of offensive traction consistently. They struggle to close games, and there's very little passing game to speak of there, at least as we sit here right now. This is a team that is really competitive, remains really competitive for the most part on the defensive side of the ball, but just can't get anything started in the passing game. And whether that's the quarterback, whether that's the receivers, whether that's the offensive line, whatever the case may be, that's why the Jets come into this game as 6.5-point favorites.
Okay, so I've watched I guess this is an odd situation for me because I've seen every Patriots game, I've seen every Jets game. And the Patriots have been able to run the ball well. They've been able to go into jumbo formations and kind of just announce they're going to run the ball and still have success. The Jets in the first 2 weeks haven't been able to stop the run. Do you think even if the Jets just load up to defend the run, because like you said, there's no passing game, New England will still have some success eventually running the football?
Yeah, I do. I think this is a really good running team. That being said, it's not sustainable over the course of 17 games to give the ball to Ramondre Stevenson 300 times. It's not going to work. And I do think in this matchup, if you're the Patriots, you want to do the same thing you did against Cincinnati. You want to try and string together some 7-8 minute drives, keep Aaron Rodgers off the field for as long as possible, give the ball to Ramondre 25 times, load up with that jumbo package, at least a dozen, maybe 24 times, and you take your chances that way. Because if this game gets into the mid-20s, they don't have a chance. The Patriots don't have a chance. This is not, again, as we said before, this is not a team that's built to outscore another team. What they want to do is they want to run the ball, they want to take the air out of the stadium, and they want to just grind away at the Jets, who really struggle to stop the run. I mean, that's the one thing that if you're looking at this Jets defense that, hey, maybe there's a soft spot there.
Okay, so real quick, just the you mentioned the Jets getting a lead. First of all, they've been killed. In the San Francisco game, the time of possession was ridiculous, and I also think it probably was in the Titans game. But do you the Jets basically have one receiving weapon? If Mike Williams is on a pitch count, he doesn't get a lot of reps. But it's Garrett Wilson. Do you think it will just be Christian Gonzalez on Garrett Wilson tonight? And how do you view that matchup?
Yeah, I do. And look, there's three guys who on the defensive side of the ball, and Gonzalez is one of them. There are three guys who, if they play extraordinarily well, as they have for the most part over the course of the year, I think the Patriots have a real shot in this thing. And one of them is Christian Gonzalez. If you can put Gonzalez on Wilson and you can kind of close to, shutting him down. I'm not going to say, one catch for 7 yards or anything like that. But if you could contain him, that goes a long way. The other thing you need to do is get a great performance out of Devon Godchaux, who's a great run stuffer, and Keon White, who's the one guy on that defensive front seven who's shown an ability to get home in 4 seconds. And so if you can get those three guys, Gonzalez, White, and Godchaux, having an extraordinary game tonight, then I think that goes a long way toward a New England victory.
And I think it goes a long way toward them having a season. If you get those three guys and maybe one or two more engaged week after week, the defense can keep the Patriots in games. My question to you, Chris, is how does the offense evolve? If you want them to develop just beyond a team that can run the ball, number one, you're not going to be able to sustain that. You can't keep giving the ball to Ramondre Stevenson 30 times a game and expect him to live through the season. Can the offense, as it's currently constituted, evolve to where they get some kind of a passing game going?
I think there's a ceiling there for this offense over the course of the year. Really, for the most part, it comes down to a leaky offensive line. And from my perspective, the remedy for fixing a leaky offensive line, if you can't swap personnel in and out, is you got to get the quarterback on the run. Design bootlegs, motions. You need lots of motion. Get pop, poke, and then you build off the running game and build play action kind of into the mix, and you kind of go from there. But you have to, at this point, hope that Caden Wallace, who's probably going to be your left tackle tonight, and Layden Robinson, who I think has played well so far, continue to develop as rookies. And then you get to a point maybe next month where Cole Strange comes back and he can manage one of those guard positions. You know what you have with David Andrews and Mike Owenu. So you start to kind of build off there. But in terms of overall improvement along the offense and the offensive line, that's where it's going to begin.
Gerard Mayo said after the game last weekend that he wants to push the ball down the field. You are missing the left side of your offensive line at this point. You have a rookie right tackle starting at left tackle tonight. Do you think tonight's the night where he's going to try and take a deep shot? Because he took one deep shot in week one. He took no deep shots last weekend. How do you think that will look this evening?
I don't know if there's going to be a whole lot of deep shots. I think the best thing you can do, John, like I said before, is you scheme stuff up to get pop and poke and really Antonio Gibson, who I think is a really intriguing offensive option as well. You get them the ball in space and you go from there. I think that there's maybe going to be 2 or 3 deep shots, but I don't think that this is necessarily going to be a game where, Jacoby Brissett is going to average, 18, 20 yards, through the air. This is going to be a game that's going to be one with short and intermediate stuff. Get those guys in space, get them working in motion. You look, Pop Douglas, the fact that he only has 2 targets through the first 2 games is a real head scratcher for me when you talk about what they're trying to do offensively. You need to get him involved, whether it's him, whether it's Brissett, whether it's the timing again, whether it's the offensive line failing them because they can't get the ball out quick enough, whatever the case may be. Get those guys the ball in space and then kind of build off of that and then build deep plays, deep balls into it from there.
All right, if you're wondering about the Jets injury situation, DJ Reed is going to play, and they're saying C.J. Mosley doesn't have turf toe and that they can legally numb it up. So it looks like he'll play too. But the Patriots have some injuries. Juwan Bentley's out for the season. They have a slew of guys that didn't practice. Can you kind of run down the Patriot injury? First of all, what's the Bentley injury going to mean for them as the season goes on and tonight? And the offensive line is down to third stringers. Who do you think's playing tonight? And if they don't, what does it mean?
Well, here, first of all, Bentley, I asked a very well-placed Patriots source, and I tweeted this out the other day, that he's gone for an extended period of time, but it's premature to say for the year.
Okay.
So maybe he comes back. Maybe it's one of those things like, Judon last year where, you hold out hope and he can play in December, whatever the case may be. But he's obviously off the board tonight. Verdarian Low City, so both of those guys are out tonight. A source told me when it came to Lowe that the knee injury is not serious. Maybe if it was a Sunday game, there was a chance that he could play. But with a short week, it's better safe than sorry. I'll say this. We know with So it's not an Achilles. That was the initial worry, that it was an Achilles. So he should be back, let's say sooner rather than later. Ox, edge rusher, he's out tonight as well with a knee. You feel pretty good about the depth you have at that position between Keon White and Anthony Jennings and Dietrich Wise and the rest. But there's 4 of the guys who are questionable, who I all think these guys are going to play. It's going to be just varying degrees of impact. David Andrews, Owenu, Jabril Peppers, and Dietrich Wise. All 4 of those guys were limited over the course of the week. They were all questionable. I expect all of them to play coming into tonight's game.
Gerard Mayo's been pretty good. I've been impressed with the way he's handled the team and handled some in-game situations. This is kind of another big test tonight, though, on a short week to see how ready he can get his team with limited preparation time.
Yeah, the other thing too, Hardy, is that they're running that 3 games in 12 days gauntlet really early in the season.
Yeah.
And they're kind of getting that out of the way. Look, if that's in November and December, it can be a different deal for teams. But I'm curious as to see how a rookie coach and a youngish team kind of handle that stretch. And if they come out of this thing with going 2-1, I think it says something about their overall resilience at this stage of the year. Look, I'm not going to sit here and say that they're going to be anything more than still a 5-6 win team, but I think that says something about their ability to prepare on a short week, divisional opponent, everything that goes into the conversation about the mental toughness that it takes to be able to make that turnaround in such a short time, play so many games in such a relatively short period of time.
Okay. Do you think that, you hear some of the players getting upset? You mentioned Pop Douglas. There's some players are uncharacteristically, I would say, for the Patriots, like speaking out. If the Patriots go on like a little losing streak, do you think that could become an issue this season? A little bit of discontent and not a belief in what's going on over there?
I don't know if it's going to become, the horrible. I don't know if it's going to be like it was at the end of the year last year, where it was a little tough to get down there and cover that team. But I think we're going to see situations. Look, Pop Douglas also expressed his dissatisfaction in the most Pop Douglas way possible. You probably saw the video, like he's smiling and kind of playing it off. You also have Jalen Reagor with the Instagram post where he's talking, where it was like a luxury car in like the garage, and with the intimation that, look, they want to take him, he's not being used properly. So I think you would see stuff like that. I don't think you're going to see a guy stand up in the middle of the locker room and say, screw this. This is an awful place. I don't want to play. It's not going to be like it was in 2009. John can tell you, like, with a Dallas Thomas, and it's not going to be like that. I think if things slide, you're going to see more little things here and there start to pop up like those, like we saw this week.
I think you would see it if that losing streak was coupled with the sense that they weren't trying everything. They've lost one game, but and they haven't tried everything yet. They haven't tried throwing to receivers. maybe at least if you tried that and it doesn't work, you have a chance of not losing the locker room, at least on the offensive side.
I'm not positive tonight's the night to start trying to throw to receivers. The Jets cannot defend the run. If DJ Reed's playing, it's going to be very difficult to pass against them. All right, Chris,
you give the ball to Ramondre 25 times and you take your chances.
And I don't doubt, like, I'm dead serious, I don't doubt that the Patriots can dominate time of possession and keep it very close.
And again, Thursday tends to equalize things a little bit.
Yeah,
exactly.
And Rodgers can't move, but everyone who's telling you he can't throw has not seen him, because he can throw. And he loves to let the play clock run out, so Saleh has to take timeouts. Have you seen that, Christopher Price?
Yes, I have. Yeah. Look, look, Aaron is going to be Aaron, and he's going to do his things his own way. So I just see that as another chapter in the book when it comes to the history of Aaron Rodgers. So that's not surprising at all.
His nonchalantness borders on despicable. I'll tell you that. It's very frustrating to watch. All right, Christopher Price, thank you so much. Enjoy yourself tonight. We appreciate the time as always.
Take care, guys. Talk soon.
All right, we appreciate it. There is a big name in journalism who is retiring, and people have really lost their minds about it. We will get into it in just a moment. Here are the headlines.
Sports Hub headlines.
It'll be the Patriots and Jets tonight. Mark Bertrand and Chris Gasper have Patriots preview at 5:30. Bob Sosi and Scott Zolak have kickoff at 8:15 here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. Starting left tackle for Darian Lowe and starting left guard City So are out for the Patriots. Bruins will hold their first training camp practice of the year today. Jeremy Swayman will be absent. He still has not signed the contract, and the Red Sox beat Tampa Bay last night 2-1 at Tropicana Field. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Dave & Buster's. It's Thursday, all-you-can-eat wings football tonight on their 43-foot TV and 5 free games, $5 bites and $5 domestic drafts. Braintree, Natick, Woburn, Providence, and Manchester, New Hampshire. I'm John Wallach of Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 8 o'clock.
Stay tuned for more Toucher and Hardy on the Sports Hub.
Like, let's roll the dice.
Sports Zone.
Hey, we're Toucher and Hardy, brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. And there was news that rocked the sports world yesterday, Hardy.
Oh, yeah. Adrian Wojnarowski.
Yes, stuck the landing. Nice
but
job.
he says whatever. Adrian Wojnarowski, that's how I've been saying it, so I'm going to keep saying it, is saying that he is going to step away from his NBA reporting. He's going to take a job. St. Bonaventure, is that where he's going?
That's correct. That's his alma mater.
Yeah, to head up the basketball and athletics over there and take a job. So people are chiming in on this. The likes of Pat McAfee is one of them who is chiming in. But before we get to what McAfee said, I just want to play for you one quick thing that brought up Pat McAfee yesterday. You've heard about the LIV PGA Tour merger thing, how PGA Tour players want the LIV guys to give the money back. So McAfee has nothing to do with this story, but they're talking about it on Pardon the Interruption. And Wilbon is asked by Kornheiser what he makes of the PGA Tour players saying they want LIV guys to give the money back.
Wilbon, is this a reasonable request? I can't use the words that I would use to the face of any one of those colleagues if they suggested that. I guess if I wore a black tank top and I could get away with those words on this show, I would use them.
So there's very subtle sniping going on at McAfee already.
Yeah, because he's
subtle.
sucks.
That's not. I don't think that's subtle at all. I'll push back on that.
Because he's terrible. He's terrible. And I love Jim Norton, but on the Jim and Sam show, I was telling you guys, I heard them say the only reason people don't like Pat McAfee is because they're jealous. And I say, no.
I would say no, dummy.
Sucks. Yeah. And by the way, Wojnarowski was not great. He was a good columnist for Yahoo, and then he just became a guy that broke stuff on Twitter. So this whole eulogy of what the world's missing is a little misguided.
See, the way you just said his name, I think is how he says his name, Wojnarowski.
I don't know. Who knows?
But it's not spelled that way, but that's how he says it.
All right, so Pat McAfee, who stands up in a tank top and yells and no one watches his show on TV, but they watch it on other platforms, which doesn't make ESPN any money. Here is Pat McAfee, and in all seriousness, he works for the company, so he's got some big ideas on how they should replace this fella.
We do know another person who is...
That's the way he talks. I hate him. What no, another person.
He hasn't said anything yet.
Yeah, he has. He doesn't say anything ever.
We do know another person who is incredibly handsome, good on TV, plugged, currently a free agent, I believe.
What?
Has there been texts and calls of the universe literally just pieced this thing together, seemingly? Sean Trevania.
Oh, no, really? You think that guy, the guy that's not Adrian Wojnarowski, that breaks all the news, should be the guy, you stupid idiot?
Who saw that coming?
All right, so anyway, he's a moron. But Adam Schefter, who's very tall, I should say he's not, he's very, very tiny. Did you see they had him in that gladiator outfit, or that it was some kind of outfit on Sunday Night Football or Monday Night Football or something? He was dressed as an Aladdin or something.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking, how did they get that child's costume? Because if you meet him in person, you think because he's got slick back hair and nice suits, he'd be a little taller, but he's a man of 4'11". John Clayton towered above him. I'm not joking. Here is Adam Schefter talking about the guy. Now, this, again, is a guy, and I have nothing against him, but he broke news on Twitter. He wasn't crafting the great American novel here. He wasn't, this isn't your 1979 Boston Globe with Gammons and Ryan and all these guys. This is a guy putting out tweets, but here we go.
As a fellow reporter and a friend of Woj, what's your reaction to today's news?
First of all, it's a eulogy. It's insanity.
As a fellow reporter and a friend of Woj, what's your reaction to today's news?
It makes me really sad, Jay, to be perfectly frank. It makes me emotional to talk about Woj not being a part of our network and our company. On the other hand, I am so happy for him doing exactly what it is that he wants to do. He is looking for a job that is more gratifying, more fulfilling, and he loves his school and he loves the St. Bonaventure basketball program, and he's going to do.
Yeah, he's going to go be like the towel boy for the St. Bonaventure program.
I think they prefer the term equipment manager.
Yes, he's going to be assistant equipment manager for the St. Bonaventure Athletic. He must have made some money because this is like early retirement for him.
Unbelievable things for that school, but I will miss him as a friend. I will miss the heads up of him calling me to say he's working on a big trade and we get to talk about how to handle a certain story.
Why don't you just talk to him on the phone anyway? He's not dead. Like, how much were you like around the guy? By the way, Wojnarowski said that he was only sleeping 3 hours a night throughout the whole year. That was the thing, is he said, I'm only sleeping 3 hours a night because I have to be on top of all the breaking news or else the world will end.
And little things that are going on in advance. I love him as a reporter. I love him as a friend. And he is the best basketball reporter who ever was. You can't lose.
That's not true. It's simply not true. He broke news on Twitter. He was the most connected current basketball guy. But in terms of like being entertaining,
writing about the sport and furthering the love of it, no.
Being entertaining, like a great writer is entertaining.
Bob Ryan, for example, an excellent basketball reporter.
Exactly, and he like gets you in the
made you think about things,
or gets you like in the team. Like there's a difference between going, oh, the Clippers are going to sign Kevin Durant, or going, you know, when I during after the game in Milwaukee, the coach was yelling at this player, and then this player was saying this. Like, there's a difference between crafting a good story and just announcing something on Twitter. Again, Adrian Wojnarowski was great at what he did, but he was not
He's not Bob Ryan. He's not Jackie McMullen.
He wasn't like a phenomenal writer,
That's
like this
correct.
like great reporter.
Yep.
He was a guy who wrote stuff on Twitter, and he did it very well. But I don't know if that's overly good for us as consumers, and certainly not for the profession of sports writing. And I bet you if you asked other sports writers, they might agree with me.
Whoever was, you can't lose somebody like that. The equivalent.
You don't lose him. He's alive, you stupid idiot.
Of Barry Sanders in the prime of his career and think that you're going to be the same without him. You're not. And I'm going to miss him. And I think of this past year and everything that we've been through. We lost our dear, beloved friend Chris Mortensen in February.
He died. He died, Adam.
That's a little different.
Yes, he's no longer of this mortal plane.
Yes.
It's very sad.
Yes.
But Adrian Wojnarowski can still call you and text you. And unless you have a Ouija board, I don't know if that can happen with people who have passed.
We now lose Woj. And honestly, it makes me emotional thinking about all the departures of so many great reporters from our network, so many people that I loved so dearly. And we're going to miss him. But again, I'm really happy for him. It's hard for me to imagine that LeBron James outlasted Woj in the NBA, but that's what happened here. In the end. And let the record show that his final player bomb came involving Isaac Okoro. Now, I wouldn't have guessed that. I wouldn't have had that in the family pool as well.
No.
But the fact of the matter is, Isaac Okoro was his last big player story, and then he saved his best Woj bomb for last. The news that he is resigning from ESPN. He is retiring from the news industry. He is going to work for his alma mater, St. Bonaventure. And I, all of a sudden, have gone from not only being a Michigan basketball fan, rooting for Dusty May, but for rooting for Woj and the Bonnies.
Go.
You know what I just figured out? Adam Schefter is stupid. He's stupid. He's stupid. He's a dumb guy. Everything he just said was dumb. He could have said nice stuff, like he was a friend of mine, or he is a friend of mine. And look, man, the guy was busting his ass. He was only sleeping 3 hours a night. He loves St. Bonaventure. He's going there. I wish him the best. This is awesome. I don't know if anyone can fill his shoes, but he's so stupid. He went on for 2 minutes and compared him to Chris Mortensen, who's dead. Not in an offensive way, just in an extraordinarily dumb way. He's dumb because all he's got to do is be on is text for a living. Nothing he does requires anything but a phone. It really doesn't. He just needs a phone. He needs a phone to go on Twitter, and he needs a phone. He doesn't write articles. He doesn't write stories. He just vomits out diarrhea that people tell him. And how much of it is that important? Not that much. So there you go. Adam Schefter is not only very tiny, he's stupid.
Congrats to Woj, though, on being able to step away from that gig at age 55 to go do something else.
That's
like
awesome.
It.
I always like that.
Paycheck is a little different.
I always, but I don't know.
Paycheck
The paycheck's gonna be a lot different.
Much different.
I don't think that he was swimming in money at ESPN, but what do I know? Caller number 10 at the contest line 617-931-0985. We'll score a pair of tickets to see Deftones next April at the Garden. Tickets on sale today at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. Didn't win? Head to the contest page at 985thesportshub.com for another chance to win. We'll be right back.
More Toucher and Hardy.
Jets tonight with both teams holding a 1-1 record. The Pats have listed the left side of the offensive line. Verdarian Lowe is City So is out. We'll have complete coverage here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. Mark Bertrand and Chris Gasper bring you Patriots preview at 5:30. That'll be followed by Bob Sosi and Scott Zolak with the kickoff at 8:15. The Jets have listed linebacker C.J. Mosley as questionable. As for the Bruins, they opened up training camp yesterday, and GM Don Sweeney confirmed to the media his would-be starting goaltender Jeremy Swayman is indeed still without a contract. As a result, he won't participate in any on-ice work until he signs one. Another guy looking for a new deal is the head coach, Jim Montgomery. Sweeney added there's been some headway there.
There has been talks, but I think Monty will, I'm not going to speak for him, but I'm going to guess that he'll take Brad's line of, keeping that between us. But yeah, there have been talks and extension hope.
Brad Marchand, by the way, not ready yet. He is recovering from 3 off-season surgeries. The Red Sox managed just 6 hits. They still beat Tampa Bay 2-1 at Tropicana Field. Trevor Story, a home run. He scored both runs for the Red Sox in the win. They're back at 500. They visit the Rays again tonight. And the New England Revolution blew a 2-0 halftime lead. They had to settle for a 2-2 home draw with CF Montreal last night. They visit Charlotte this weekend. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by New England Recovery Center. If you or someone you know is struggling with substance use, the New England Recovery Center in Westboro can help. Recovery is possible. Inpatient program admission is available 24/7. Visit newenglandrecoverycenter.org or call 877-MY-REHAB. I'm John Wallach at Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 8:30.
Here we go. Boom. I win. Boom. Yeah. It's somebody. We've got a passion for Boston sports. Get angry. 98.5 The Sports Hub. Half toucher.
Dressed like a gorilla.
Half Hardy.
A big, beautiful ball of flame.
And a whole lot of Boston sports.
And I have had many offers to become an insider.
We interrupt this program for breaking news.
I can't use it.
Newsflash.
Hey, we're Toucher and Hardy. And we are brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. And you can watch us on YouTube, especially the ladies. There's a little bit of eye candy. John's got a hat on today with a fully bent brim. Mm-hmm. Adam, who you now can see on the YouTube broadcast, apparently as well is wearing a hat that, of course, I gave him.
Thank you, Fred.
You're welcome, Adam. I knew you needed something to cover your head.
But you are the real eye candy, sir. That's what the ladies tune in for. They don't tune in for my bent brim. They turn into your lovely punum and massive muscles, flexing the biceps as we speak. Good for you. Fresh from yoga and a sauna yesterday.
The sauna and the cold plunge.
The cold plunge, that regenerates the muscles, reinvigorates the muscles. Good for you.
Well, yeah, I was with a guy. He said, you got to do the cold plunge. I go, I've never done it. He goes, it's 50 degrees. He goes, you get in. He goes, take 20 breaths. So I get in, I take 20 breaths. He goes, how do you feel? And I go, just numb now. And he goes, all right, well, you can stay in for 5 minutes. And so I stayed in for 5 minutes. And he goes, dude, it's like doing cocaine. He's like, it's like your brain releases all this dopamine when you get out. It's like this amazing thing. He's like, don't get in the hot tub. Like, just wait. And so I get out, and I got the towel on, and I put it around my boxers because I was in there in my boxers. I guess that's what people do. They said there at the gym, and I'm sitting at the edge of the cold plunge. He's talking to me. He's in the hot tub, and I wait for all this incredible dopamine to be released from my brain, and nothing happens. Nothing at all.
It kicks in late. You'll probably feel like around noon today.
Well, I got an erection at like 2 in the afternoon,
Good.
So I figured that maybe that was it.
Maybe that's the first inkling that it's going to be a late kick in. Yeah.
And then my friend told me, he's like, you'll burn 500 calories just heating your body back up. And I said, oh, is that the case? And I said, it's like running 3 miles. I see that your body just reheating.
Same thing. And eat celery. That digesting celery burns more calories than you consume. That's an old one.
Or how about eating hot food? Your body,
yes,
that raises your metabolism as well.
All
these
that stuff,
things,
it works.
Yeah, it works fractions of calories. I mean, it's a real deal. If you read enough of, don't read or watch what, bodybuilder guys have to say about nutrition because you're just going to end up getting fat. Because the whole thing is, protein. And the thing is, protein still can make you fat.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Just the calories in it. And you say, well, Fred, you're out of shape. And to that, I would say, yes, I am. Not as much as I used to be, but I am. But I do as I say, not as I do, is what I would say to you. All right. It is time for the wonderful news. What do we have today?
We love these stories when flight attendants make flights even more enjoyable by providing a little entertainment. This was as a flight was arriving in Nashville. The flight attendant treated everybody, Fred.
Okay, so again, you are in a tube.
Yep.
You are surrounded by hundreds of people that you do not know, and you are trusting strangers to not kill you.
Correct.
So here is what we're doing.
There's just something about a good flight attendant, isn't there? What a warm welcome.
What a great intro to this. There's something about a good flight attendant, isn't there?
Yeah, because, we all have ones that beat us on the heads with, their demonstration seat belts, and that hurts. You don't like those flight attendants, but a good one, they're special.
Yeah, I mean, they really teach you how to breathe into that thing, which they don't even do anymore. They just have a video that plays. You know what was a good flight attendant when I was drinking? Someone who came around a lot to get my drink order. That was the good flight attendant. And that
kind of looked the other way when you exceeded your limit.
Yeah, exactly. Well, there shouldn't be a limit. I mean, I'm not flying the thing, but they're also they're not too strict with the seatbelt bathrooms policy. I can support myself. Don't you worry. I can make it to and from the bathroom. I'll be fine.
There's just something about a good flight attendant, isn't there? What a warm welcome home. Delta passenger Cameron Ann Green captured that beautiful voice of a flight attendant. This was yesterday after a New York flight touchdown in Atlanta.
Yeah, the flight attendant was simply saying goodbye in her own unique way as the plane pulled up to the gate.
I wish you have a great rest of your week.
Skipped out on that boom, boom.
Right.
And
Exactly.
that's what we needed.
Hey, everyone that's concerned about Palestine and Israel, don't worry. A woman sang for 5 seconds on a plane.
Well, we didn't get the full clip. The person had
there
to
was
get their
more?
phone out. Yeah, she was doing the pretty much, the first half of "I Will Always Love You," which we all know was written by Dolly Parton. So if you're pulling into Nashville, that's the song you sing.
First of all, you're encouraging this kind of behavior that it's not a talent show. If I grabbed it and started telling jokes, I think I'd be pulled off the plane when it landed. And second of all, this is the news now. That made it through the news. What's the news today?
The gatekeepers said yes.
A lady saying once the plane landed, I get annoyed by things on the plane and when people perform and it would drive me crazy. If we had landed and we're taxiing to the gate and the woman sang a little bit of a song, I don't really care. That's how dumb this story is. It doesn't even annoy me. The idea that made it on the news is really, really aggravating. There's nothing else you can talk about. There's no other problems in the world. How are we supposed to educate ourselves in a democracy if this is the stories that you tell? You are the people to inform us of what's going on. There's an election coming up, even at a local level.
All right, fine, Fred. You want real, actual
And was
news?
that Atlanta? Because if that's Atlanta, I got to tell you, a lot of shootings.
Nashville.
A lot of shootings. What's Jelly Roll doing?
Fine.
He's doing stuff with MGK.
Go to you want real news? Things that people need to know about? Go to Louisville. Number 1.
You probably heard of porch pirates, but...
Excuse me?
Porch pirates.
Oh.
It's not the people who steal packages off of porches. People who steal packages. That's a porch pirate.
I can never get sick of that. You know about Carl.
You probably heard of porch pirates, but what about porch
Honey, lose the accent. He ain't ever leaving this town.
Poopers.
Oh, what?
What?
Poopers.
How much? Wait, I instinctually grabbed my wallet.
No, this is not a service that is now being offered. This is this is an
order
actual
it delivered.
an actual crime being
Poopers.
yeah, an actual crime being committed.
Huh?
Poopers.
This is my ringtone.
Poopers.
Call my travel agent and my real estate agent. I'm moving to Louisville.
I hope this goes viral.
Don't know any other way to say it. Right now, LMPD is looking for a man who has been using the bathroom on Louisville homeowners' porch all week long.
On what homeowners?
Using the bathroom on Louisville homeowners' porches? Is that what she said?
Or mobile
Yes.
home?
No,
Louisville. That's a
I
quick
was
way
going
of
to say if
saying
it was mobile home. Why do you have a ring cam? What's there to take?
Looks like a nice house, too.
Oh, yeah. If you're going to go to the bathroom on a porch, you don't go to some rinky-dink shack.
Fair.
You go to at least a McMansion.
Yes.
It's got to be at least 5,000 square feet or I ain't pooing anywhere near it. Let's be honest. And they got to have good shrubbery for a nice wipe.
Who has been using the bathroom on Louisville homeowners' porch all week long. Ward Jollish tracked down the homeowner and spoke with him about being targeted by a porch pooper. Listen.
It all started with this. Sunday night, a young man in a red shirt walks up to one Louisville home well after midnight.
That is the Curious George knockoff that I was doing. The man in the red shirt. Not the man in the yellow hat. The man in the red shirt, what's he doing? Oh, he's going town to town, leaving gifts.
Is he taking care of a cheeky monkey? No.
No, but he flings his excrement just like a monkey.
Continue.
And begins peering inside.
Inside of what? The bowel movement?
No. Looking inside the front door.
Oh, I thought he was investigating what lie.
Anybody watching?
What lie within?
Anybody watching? Oh, shucks. I'll do it anyway.
Allow me to peer first. First I peer, then I poop. Look at me! I'm defiling your property. I will not light it on fire. No.
And begins peering inside. The homeowners have no clue. After a few seconds, the man runs away in his socks and disappears into the night. But the next night, he returns and leaves a horrific surprise.
Tuesday morning, I went out to my front porch and noticed this, what I thought was a cat poop.
The home...
Yeah.
Educate yourself, dumbass. Please. That's insulting. If you're this guy, like the TV news comes, put me on camera. Let's talk about it.
Yeah.
I want to give you some context.
He's in silhouette. He didn't want to use his real name. How about you just don't interview me?
How about go away?
I called the police. We're done. Thank you.
Call the police like a narc.
The homeowner, who wishes to remain anonymous but who will refer to as Jim, then checked his doorbell camera and realized it was no cat at all.
And it turned out to be a person. And not only did he defecate, but he also urinated on our welcome mat.
Yeah. Welcome.
So
what? Sell it like everyone else.
When's the last time you did one without the other?
Exactly. That's a good point. Yeah, it's a good point.
It's peanut butter and jelly.
Just the muscle contractions force it.
All right, so the homeowner isn't blowing your skirt up, Fred. Why don't you go to number 2 and we'll get an actual eyewitness.
Okay, this guy witnessed it. All right, here we go.
Roderick Dow lives right across the street.
They really got it. They really went all in on this.
Multiple outlets.
Why
multiple
not?
stories.
This I don't blame him for. This is the news.
Roderick Dow lives right across the street and saw it all.
Literally started crapping like boom.
Of course he saw it. My TV's the outside. I don't doubt that he saw that for 5 seconds. He's got it out. He's just standing by the window eating popcorn going, what's going on in the neighborhood?
I do that.
He's Hardy.
Yeah.
He's essentially Hardy.
I like this guy. Keep an eye on things.
I know we're watching the Patriots game, but my neighbor is, is that Matlock? Look at my binoculars, honey. Oh, look at these fools. They're not even wearing clothes.
It's bad for the couch.
Tisk. Well, I'll keep an eye on them.
Roderick Dow lives right across the street and saw it all.
Literally started crapping like boom. And now then he got up, walked off, and went back down the street.
The homeowner did not.
That is a first-hand account.
That's exactly what happened.
Boom. Literally started crapping.
He made boom, boom. Like, what was he going to do? He went boom, boom, then he went and he got a jetpack and flew to the next town.
Boom. He got up, walked off, and went back down the street. Boom. Literally started crapping like boom. And now then he got up, walked off, and went back down the street.
As opposed to what? And then he hit a button and he just disintegrated.
Thank God. they
Right there
talked
on
to
the
me.
site.
My God.
He unfurled his angel wings and ascended back to heaven.
Oh, to have an angel go to the bathroom on you. Is that in Leviticus?
The homeowner did not want to speak with us on camera, but did share this video footage with us. Again, police looking for this man. So anyone with information is asked to call that anonymous tip line. You know the number, 574-LMPD.
They don't even need an area code around there.
No. It's not necessary.
It's the only place left.
Everyone's
in
got
America.
the same one. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're watching this, you know the area code. Klondike 442.
Operator, get me the crap kid.
Boom. Literally started crapping.
He made boom, boom. All right. Very good. We will be back. Our friend Dave Richard will join us in just a moment.
Boom.
Out of the bag.
Get up. We're back. Toucher and Hardy. Get up.
98.5 The Sports Hub.
Scratch and swing.
Remember Paid in Full? The movie Paid in Full? Sean, you have to remember the movie Paid in Full.
I didn't see it, but I remember it. Yes, I remember it actually existing. I never saw it, though.
I always thought that was an Eric B. and Rakim.
It was.
No, it's a film, and he's referring to a character in Paid in Full.
Learn something new every day listening to Freddie T.
Yeah. It's like Ace in Paid in Full is what he's saying, because his rhyme's because the game's centrifugal. Oh, I just hung up on Dave.
Yeah.
I can't lock in calls anymore. It's not anyone's
That's okay.
fault.
We figured it out yesterday, and once we get him back on, I'll lock him in here.
It's not anyone's fault.
It's not your
It's
fault.
no one's fault.
It's not your fault.
It's certainly not Dennis's fault.
It's not your fault.
Because that man holds a grudge like there's nobody's
Oh, is
business.
that right? Still.
The engineers won't even look at me.
Interesting.
Dave Richards is the fantasy football guru at CBS Sports. There's 3 ways to link up with Dave Richards and his fantasy football advice. On X at Dave Richard, live on YouTube every morning by searching Fantasy Football Today, and 3 times per week on Fantasy Football Today on CBS Sports Network. Check your local listings. Dave, I've just done all the plugs. I apologize for hanging up on you. You're on the Volkswagen Dealers Expert Hotline. Hello, Dave.
I want to know, are you 2-0?
No, well, you know, if you know my team, I have A.J. Brown, I have Nakua, and I have Kenneth
right.
Walker.
Yeah. So you're not.
So, no, but I did all right. But, no, I was starting a man by name Dortch from
Greg
Arizona.
Dortch.
Yeah. Yeah, because I heard some other schmuck on WFAN say to take Dortch on Sunday morning, so I took Dortch. I didn't have an opportunity to read what you had said, and so I went with that, and it was a mistake.
Well, sometimes the information you get is what costs you in fantasy.
Have you come around on my Baker Mayfield draft selection?
Yes. We talked about this last week.
I know we did, but I mean, last week he did well again. I mean, are we going to talk about my Baker Mayfield pick that you poo-pooed?
We can talk about the Baker Mayfield pick every week if it makes you feel better. He is awesome. He is clearly the next Joe Montana. He is going to be in the Hall of Fame. He used to have very funny commercials, and now he is the star, the jewel of your fantasy football team. Fred Toucher, I bow before thee.
Did you guys see the photo by any chance of Gardner Minshew? He won some award as a freshman, and he's laying in front of a freshman in high school.
Okay.
And this came up on my Instagram, and he's laying on the gym floor, and there's literally 30 cheerleaders around him, like either like miming kissing him or like just sitting there smiling. And he's like laying on his side like Burt Reynolds when he was doing the commercial, the Playgirl.
Oh, yeah. That was a beefcake photo.
That is a 15-year-old child, and they got him like that. But Gardner Minshew did not struggle. He was like Jaffe in high school. You know Billy Jaffe, Dave Richard?
No, not familiar with his his work.
As a freshman, he went to senior prom with a hot chick.
Oh, nice.
I mean, that's unheard of. Anywho.
Thanks for the time.
Thanks for the time, Dave. It's been great. All right, just some injuries. Is Joe Mixon going to play?
I don't think Mixon's going to go. I think that they're going to try and rest him. He didn't practice on Wednesday, and that they've got 2 guys who I think they like in Cam Akers and Dameon Pierce. I don't know if fantasy managers should gravitate toward either one of them, but if you've got Joe Mixon, kind of a tough matchup against Minnesota. I think I would steer clear or at least make plans. For example, if you've got Joe Mixon and Ramondre Stevenson, you can only start one of them. You should start Ramondre because he's definitely going to play tonight, whereas Joe Mixon is definitely a question mark for Sunday.
Is Kenneth Walker III going to play?
I also don't think he's going to play, and it's a huge opportunity for Zach Charbonnet. This Dolphins run defense has been brutal, and I think that Charbonnet is going to get even more opportunities than he had last week. Hopefully will be more efficient than he was last week, and certainly an opportunity to score just like he did do last week.
Which Kansas City running backs should you take now that Isaiah Pacheco is out?
I had Steele on a couple of my teams already, just for funsies more than anything else, and that's nice. But the one that I think is going to end up working out is Kareem Hunt. I think he's the guy that Andy Reid will end up trusting. I think Patrick Mahomes will trust him. Certainly, Mahomes and Kareem Hunt are tight. They go back to when they were rookies in the league. They came in together, so they've been buddies ever since. But here's the thing. Like, if you're going to be a running back in Kansas City, there's two things you have to do really, really well. You have to pass protect for Patrick Mahomes because obviously you have to. And you have to be good in short yardage goal line. And I think that that's something Kareem Hunt's been good at consistently when he was in Cleveland and even before the Cleveland days. And is he as explosive as he once was? Definitely not. But he was playing hurt last year, and that really wrecked his efficiency. Carson Steele does one thing really well, and that's just like bulldoze straight ahead. And then he gets stopped, and then that's the end of the play, and you just hope that he holds on to the football. And Samaje Perine's new to the team. I don't know if he's going to be able to contribute much from week to week. I think Kareem Hunt fits the roles that they need to have in that offense, and I think he'll end up being the guy until Isaiah Pacheco is ready to go.
Is Kareem Hunt going to play this week?
That's the thing. So Andy Reid was very coy about that and said that they're going to put him on scout team to start, and then they're just going to see how quickly the offense comes back to him. They don't want to get him a little bit more, or they don't want to put too much on his plate as far as being a route runner. So his role, if he does play this week, he'd be limited. But I would guess that, I would guess that he would lean towards not playing Kareem Hunt because he's just, 29 years old, new to the team, might not know exactly what he's doing. He's got one guy, at least in Steele, who's been with the team since the offseason, and another guy in Pirine who's been there for a little bit. So maybe he'll roll with those guys, and they'll probably make Keontae Ingram active on Sunday as well. Not that anybody should add him. I don't think he'll be particularly great. But they're going to mix and match as many as 3 running backs every week moving forward until it shakes out that one of them or 2 of them are just the best of the group.
You mentioned Cleveland earlier. Obviously, the offense has struggled here to start the season. How long do you wait before sitting Amari Cooper or sitting Jerome Ford and waiting for Deshaun Watson and the offense to get it together?
It's going to take some willpower to sit them this week because they're taking on the Giants at home, and the Giants defense they weren't expected to be great to begin with, but holy crap, they're just not very good. Cooper does not look right. There's something up there. I've watched him play, Fred. You know how I'm watching games all the time. He just doesn't look as fast as he used to. He's had a big drop in each game so far this season. Jerry Jeudy, by comparison, looks more explosive. It's weird. I don't like it. I like it when Amari Cooper is doing his thing, but I'm nervous about him. Jerome Ford is their best running back right now, but that's not saying a whole lot. Jerome Ford is still somebody who is kind of a make-or-break, boom-or-bust type of running back. He's not going to be consistent. Deontay Foreman will be the more consistent guy when they need 3 yards, 4 yards, 5 yards. Ford's the one who could break a play for 15-plus yards. I would lean toward him in the game against the Giants because the Giants give up so much on the ground, and I would think that Ford will have the opportunity to total as many as 100 in the game against the G-Men.
All right. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ari.
No, I was just going to say anything that need to be specifically mindful of on these short weeks. And something else, Dave, that just boggled my mind when I realized we're already talking about the bye week here in another couple weeks. These teams are going in week 5, I think, is they got several and some good teams are going to have an early bye this year. Things to be on the lookout for and thinking about. It seems early, but no, we got to be thinking about it.
No, so let's start with the Thursday night games. And obviously, they've been around for a long time. I've been doing this so long that I remember when there used to be no Thursday night games. It would be crazy to think about a Thursday night game. What ends up happening is the defenses struggle to recover as quickly as the run games do. And the running back, listen, their game plan is basically the same every week. They don't change their details by comparison to receivers or tight ends or the line or the quarterback, obviously, and what the coaches want to do. They run or they catch, and they basically do. They're going to be asked to do similar things pretty much every single week. And once they recover, and it's one guy recovering, they seem to have an edge over the defense that's collectively tired. And in the case this week of this Jets defense, we don't know if C.J. Mosley's even going to play, and if he does, he's certainly not going to be at 100%. So I always lean toward running backs on those short week games. So Breece Hall, Ramondre Stevenson, I think you're starting those guys anyway, but I would look to them if you're absolutely desperate for a running back. Braylon Allen would make sense. He might get you 5 fantasy points, or if he scores, he might get you 10 or 11. But that's typically what I do is I try and stay away from receivers unless they're studs, quarterbacks unless they're studs, tight ends unless they're Hunter Henry, and then running backs I lean toward on the Thursday night games. As for the bye, you mentioned week 6. There are 4 good teams on bye. Well, I don't know if the Rams count as a good team anymore, Artie. But weeks 12 and 14, 6 teams are on bye each of those weeks. And week 14 is going to be the last week of the regular season in fantasy leagues for the majority of leagues. So you've got to start thinking about that in time. I wouldn't sweat it now, but if you've got a bunch of Ravens players or Texans players or Colts players, just as an example, all those teams are on bye in week 14. And if you're fighting for a playoff spot and you get to week 14 and you don't have Derrick Henry and Jonathan Taylor and Lamar Jackson and Nico Collins,
right,
you're not making the playoffs.
Yeah.
You're going to be struggling at that point. So you do have to plan ahead for that. Similarly, and then I'll stop talking. If you're locked into a playoff spot and it's week 14, you could try and acquire those guys. If your trade deadline hasn't happened yet, most leagues it will have. But maybe in advance of that, if you just think you're cruising the playoffs, you can acquire those players that are going to be on bye in week 14. Take the L in week 14. You're still in the playoffs. You're still rolling, and your team theoretically would be better off for it starting in week 15.
All right, so you watch all the games. The Jets are 6.5-point favorites tonight. It's their home opener Thursday night. What do you see happening this evening?
Yeah, I don't get it. I think this is going to be a much closer game. I think the Patriots have earned some cred the way that they've played the first 2 weeks of the season, beating up on the Bengals and then nearly beating the Seahawks as well. I think that they can play another close game against the Jets. Jets defense, their secondary is great, and it's getting healthier with DJ Reed coming back. Mm-hmm. But the run defense and the pass rush, 2 big question marks for me now. And if those things aren't played at the high level that the Jets have typically gotten from their run defense, from their pass rush, Patriots will have a chance to win the game. I think it'll be another field goal game, meaning it'll be a 3-point game, I should say. I think the Jets will win. I think it'll be close, but I think the Patriots will hang in there and give them the game all the way in the fourth quarter.
Okay. Do you think there's any danger of the Jets getting up early? And then, because then you agree that if the Jets get up early, there's no way the Patriots can come back, right?
I agree. I mostly agree with that.
Yeah.
I don't think that they would stick with the run, and that would obviously be a death knell on Ramondre Stevenson's stat line. I mean, the whole reason why he's been doing so well is because they've been in games. I don't know if the Jets can do that now, unless the Patriots make a bunch of mistakes on offense. Like if Jacoby Brissett just decides that he's Mac Jones tonight or something like that, and he just puts the ball in harm's way too often.
No, so he plays like Levis did last week against the Jets.
Well, I mean, heaven forbid that he plays like Levis, but something like that, sure. If he goes that route, and why would they? But that's the thing. Like, why would they go and say, all right, this is the week we're going to take to the air. We're going to really challenge that secondary. No, you don't do that against this Jets secondary. They are that good that they deserve credit. And so I think that they'll stick with a conservative game plan on offense. They'll lean on Ramondre. They'll lean on short throws. Brissett's tendency is to lean on his tight ends. We saw that in week 1. It just turned into great numbers for Hunter Henry in week number 2. I would expect that to continue on. So as long as they don't commit any dumb penalties, as long as they don't turn the ball over, this will be a close game.
All right, there he is, Dave Richard, our friend, CBS Sports. Follow him on X, Dave Richard, Fantasy Football Today, and all of that on CBS Sports Network. Thank you so much, Dave, for the time. We always appreciate it.
Happy to help, guys, even on Sundays, Fred.
I know. I'll text you and
okay,
because I got Walker, Brown, and Nakua and mixing out, so I'm missing some guys.
Good Lord.
Yeah, it's not good. All right,
you're 1 and 2, buddy.
Yeah, I know. All right, thank you, Dave. We appreciate it.
See See you, man.
All right. There is a lot going on with the Boston Bruins, and we will discuss as they start their preseason on Sunday with our own Ryan Johnston calling the game. We will have that for you. Here are the headlines.
Tony, it seems pretty obvious now, but just to clear it up too, there was a report out there this morning that it was a done deal with Swing. That's obviously not true, not correct.
It's 100% inaccurate. Does that make it any more pointed than that? Great, I appreciate it. All right, looking forward to the season, seeing everybody. Thank you very much.
We'll be back with
Pretty clear on that one, Sweeney.
Yeah, you are.
100% inaccurate.
No.
How's
you
that?
say Sweeney needs a job. He's got his own business. You want to know what he does? It's none of your effing business. Once upon a time, I had a name, I had a way, but to you, I'm nothing but a number. 1, 2, 3, repeater.
Fred Ghazi.
Maybe getting into Zolak territory here, distracting Fred with the rejoin music. With Zolak, you just do it with hair metal or Lou Gramm.
REO Speedwagon.
Yeah, you play that Lou Gramm hit, Midnight Blue, and he's off the rails for the entirety of the segment. Yeah,
That's what does it? Midnight Blue?
I was just proving my cred by knowing the first lines to Repeater by Fugazi. All right, go ahead.
So Don Sweeney spoke yesterday. There was a tense back and forth. Ty Anderson asking questions about
from 98.5 The Sports
from
Hub.
98.5 The Sports Hub, 98.5thesportshub.com. Great coverage on the Bruins here on your flagship station for the Bruins. They were at camp yesterday. They'll be on the ice today. But in terms of your goaltender,
time for one more. Tony, you've said it a few times.
What the hell?
What? I hate to go back to what inaccuracies are bothering you? You mentioned them a couple of times now. What specifically inaccuracies are
Go ahead and ask me a specific one. If you got knowledge of it, like that we haven't offered an 8-year deal, or we haven't, we're not willing to compromise, or we haven't moved on things. Like, at the end of the day, I'm not talking about specifics. You're just not gonna get it. But the fact I did reference one, as a matter of fact. I think it's that somebody says I wouldn't return a call for 3 weeks. That's inaccurate. Was it written? Was it said? Was it written?
That one I'm not sure.
Well, I will tell you, I don't listen to podcasts. I said my son loves biz, thinks he's fabulous. I think he's a great entertainer, okay? But at the end of the day, they're inaccurate. And that's okay, because that's all part of the business nowadays. It's okay if you turn around and say it's your opinion or your belief and such, but don't report it as fact. That's all. That's all I'm asking.
And everyone who heard that immediately thought Biz Marquis has unfortunately died, and so I have no idea he would have any information at all on what's going on. We're all supposed to know who Biz is, and I don't know.
I didn't know who it was.
I didn't know either, but it's from I've heard of Spitting Chicklets. I've never heard it.
Yeah, Paul Bissonette is.
What do you think of their logo?
Pete Bissonette was the drummer, or was the guitar player who said he was going to rock the dome.
Oh, is that right?
Band. His name was Peter Bissonette.
How about that?
He was the guy we said, why were you not at band practice? And he goes, I was rocking the dome. And we go, what are you talking about? He goes, no, I played the Silver Dome yesterday, my other band. And we went, and we were in high school, and we were like, that's just not true. I'm gonna say that's not true. You did not play in front of 80,000 people yesterday. I don't think that's true.
Well, he
at
didn't
all.
say there was anyone in there, right? He might have snuck in.
I highly doubt they allowed him to plug in his equipment and start playing guitar.
And you don't know. They probably had the back third of the dome draped off, so it was maybe more like 50,000.
Yeah.
Also, him being in our band and us having no prior knowledge of him being in another band was a bit of a red flag, too. I think that would have come up at some point. All right, so go ahead. This is the Spittin' Chicklets podcast, and I guess the guy was saying that they hadn't talked to him in 3 weeks.
Yeah, the report I guess they were getting was that there was radio silence on the Bruins end and hadn't called back Sweeney's or Swayman's camp in 3 weeks.
Okay, so what happened is, I guarantee, is that when the Bruins traded Ullmark, they figured that there was what they knew what the market for Swayman was. And then Swayman's agent took it as, well, you traded Ullmark, now you need Jeremy, and I'm going to hold tight, and I'm going to push this, which is ballsy and good if they get this done soon, but could come back and bite Swayman in the ass. Because then if you trade him as a distressed asset and he's acquired as a distressed asset, like say say Sweeney's like, well, I just can't get this done. We have the rights to him. I'm going to trade him. You're not going to get anything for him. So you trade him, and the team that acquired him didn't give anything up for him, so they're not going to pay him either. I was thinking about this yesterday because you would think off the top of your head Swayman's in control because they need him this season. But the thing is, the Bruins need him this season. No one else needs to pay him. You understand what I'm saying? Like, if I trade, a fifth-round pick or whatever, how many rounds there are in the NHL draft, but if I trade, like, a fourth-round pick for Jeremy Swayman and I get him and he starts busting my balls wanting some unprecedented contract, no. And then, what are you going to just not play him? Yeah. I just won't play you. And then you can just sit here. So there is a bit of danger from Swayman's perspective as well. I don't really understand this. I don't understand.
According to the Spit and Chickless podcast, I think the Bruins came in at somewhere around $6 million, and Swayman wanted 9 or 10.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
No, but I mean, Fluto had a perfect compromise for us yesterday. 4 years at $7 million a year. $7 million a year puts him in the top 5 highest paid goaltenders in the league. That sounds fair to me.
Yeah, they can't pay him $9 or $10 million a year. It's just not going to happen. And if Swayman's agents, I don't know who it is, but he's playing he's getting into dangerous territory because he's obviously pissed off Sweeney, and they need the Bruins.
Yeah,
they need the Bruins. I mean, he's restricted, right, John? He's restricted.
He's a restricted free agent.
What is if is it just they can come up with a trade and trade him, or is there a ultimate price on his head?
I don't think trade is on the table.
No, but just if they, as a restricted free agent, he can't sign with another team, but the Bruins could move his rights. Is there something in place like in the NFL? If you're a restricted free agent, that there is there's a price.
There's something attached to it. No,
yeah.
I don't believe. No, I can't say that for sure. I'm not sure.
Let's say there isn't. I mean, it's a distressed asset. They'd move him for very little, and then the team that got him again would have no stake, with no stake. And then it turns into that Reddick situation with the Jets where they traded for a guy who wanted a new contract, so we're not giving you a new contract. He said, fine, I'm not going to play.
But the other thing is,
he's lost himself about $5 million so far.
As much as the podcast kind of details a disconnect between the two sides, Swayman has shown up at captain's practices. Swayman has been very positive about getting a deal done all the way through the summer. So the two sides might be apart, but I mean, I remain optimistic.
Oh, I think he's going to sign.
I think this is going to
for the reasons I just told you. Is that the Bruins need him, but the Bruins don't need him $10 million. So, and then if the Bruins move him, the team that gets him is not going to be invested in him that deep. Yeah, so they're not going to give him $10 million.
I understand the agent's point of view. That's one way of taking it. Well, we have you painted in a corner. You have to pay my guy up to a point. Swayman's never won a Vezina. I mean, he's never been
he's never been the number one goaltender.
And that would be my point. Is like, look, you've always had this safety net of Linus Ullmark, and despite the fact that we abandoned the rotation 2 games or 3 games into the playoffs this year, the fact is, you still haven't had to do it knowing that you're absolutely going to be the guy to do it. And that's a different psychology. That's a different mindset.
Let's go physical, though, Hardy. He's never played that many games in a season. He's never played number one. I mean, physically, they don't know. It's not only like a mental thing. It's physical. Go ahead.
It's Tony Maz is texting me.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Maz. Mind your own business.
If someone were to sign Swayman, the Bruins would have the right to match. I know that as a restricted free agent, or they would get 2 first-round draft picks.
Oh, okay, my bad then. All right, so he's not going to another team. So he's not going to.
If Swayman's not worth 2 firsts, not right now. He's not.
He's not. They're not.
You got to prove now.
I might move him for 2
Swayman a year from now or 2 years from now, and you see him as a number 1 goaltender playing 55 or 60 games a year, and he does well. Then yes, maybe that price would be accelerated, but not right now.
Yeah,
no team's going to give.
No team's going to get. I'd take 2 first-round picks for Swayman almost. I really would.
Finding a guy like Swayman is difficult to do. I'm not sure about that.
You see how much those goaltenders are worth in trades? Not much. I can get 2 first-round picks and stuff the coffers.
But you waited a while to get a guy like that, a young, controllable asset like that.
You didn't wait for Swayman. You went Thomas, Rask, Swayman. You got them all in a row, baby. Let's roll the dice. Let's see what we got with this kid in Providence.
Bussy,
who's behind the Bussy's not fussy.
But his wife's a real hussy.
Oh, no. She's an angel. All right.
Jim McBride, by the way, saying Louis Gross is Swayman's agent and known as a real hardline guy.
Did he just text you?
Yeah.
Oh, we got people.
Jesus Christ.
We got people. We got people trying to help out.
Yeah, because we're so desperately wrong, they have to jump in and save us.
Well,
good.
Is the information out there correctly or not?
It takes a village to do this show.
No, it's not that I don't appreciate it. It's just that I feel like a fool. All right, so we'll be back.
That's why we have guys like Maz and Jim McBride.
I don't need it from Maz as much as McBride. McBride covers the team. All right, we'll be back in just a moment. Phil Perry's here.
Patriots covered.
Back to the home. He's in trouble. A sack.
It's an all-new season for the Pats, and you'll hear it all right here. 98.5, the Sports Hub, the Beasley Media Group station. Sports Hub headlines.
Patriots will open up week 3 of the NFL season with a road game against the Jets tonight. Mark Bertrand and Chris Gasper bring you Patriots preview free of charge at 5:30, and then Bob Sosi and Scott Zolak follow along with kickoff at 8:15 here on your flagship radio station for the Patriots. 98.5, the Sports Hub for Darian Lowe and City So out. So left side of the Patriots offensive line will not play tonight. The Pro Football Hall of Fame announced its list of 167 modern-era candidates for election yesterday. Adam Vinatieri, Eli Manning, Marshawn Lynch, and Luke Kuechly are among the first-time eligibles. Bruins will hold their first training camp practice today. Jeremy Swayman won't be there. GM Don Sweeney confirmed he remains without a contract yesterday, and he's not the only top player who's going to be missing. Sweeney's without Brad Marchand as well, but for a different reason.
He's made a heck of a lot of progress the last little while. You guys all know Brad will do everything possible to be out there and wanted to be out there. Our training staff and doctors have put the reins on to make sure that he's, we're trying to get ready for the season.
Marchand underwent 3 different surgeries this past offseason. Red Sox beat Tampa Bay 2-1. They visit the Rays again tonight. And the last place New England Revolution played to a 2-2 draw with CF Montreal and Foxborough yesterday. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by the 49th Annual New Hampshire Highland Games and Festival. Get your Scott on tomorrow through Sunday at Loon Mountain Resort in Lincoln, New Hampshire. Get details and tickets at nhscott.org. I'm John Wallach of Boston's Home for Sports. 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update in just 30 minutes.
No matter where you go, you're always connected to Boston sports with the 98.5 The Sports Hub app. Download it wherever you get your apps today. Hey, if your alarm clock sounds like this is the show for you. Toucher and Hardy, The Sports Hub.
He says everyone loves Alex Chilton, then you listen to Alex Chilton, not so great. Big Star, not good.
So I listened to when that documentary came out. I listened to the entire Big Star album, start to finish, to see if I could get what everybody was getting. I like the song 13 a lot. I guess that's the pedestrian pick if you're going to be into Big Star, but the rest of it, I didn't find it all that accessible.
The bands that Big Star inspired are far better than Big Star.
Yeah,
okay. That's my take.
The lyrical content of Big Star I appreciate, but the songs are very. It's a lot of pussification. They are that generation's Death Cab for Cutie.
Well, I like them.
Yeah, of course you do.
Yeah.
That's why you go to the library.
You talked about liking them once, like back in the BCN days, and I thought 30% less of you then, and you've never managed to increase that.
I've not gained that back.
No,
not even with my Lie I Love It bounce back.
No. Fred said that he liked Death Cab for
No,
Cutie.
I like the song Kath.
Yeah, and that was it. It's like if there's one thing to like about Death Cab for Cutie, it can't be that song. Oh, Kath, I see you at the wedding, but you don't really. I think maybe you really still like me. You don't like him as much. Oh, shut up. She married somebody else. Get over it.
As opposed to most love songs that don't have that kind of meaning behind them.
And since when do you like love songs, period?
Since my favorite band is The Descendants. All right, there was a lot of love songs there. Now, who's the singer of Death Cab for Cutie? He used to have
Ben Gibbard.
Ben Gibbard. You know what he does now for recreation? Endurance racing.
Damn.
100-mile races. That don't make you a man.
Sports and music all blending together.
Absolutely. Phil Perry's here.
All he does is work out. Look at those pipes.
He's going to run to New York
Jesus
later.
Christ, you two. With your Phil Perry love.
I
Phil Perry's
think
here.
He's really good looking.
Good for you.
He is a handsome man. It's
All
true.
right. Very good. Good for you two.
No,
all
go
right.
on.
Phil Perry's here.
Bit more.
Phil Perry's here. You can find him on all the apps. He is here. He works for NBC Sports Boston.
Yes.
He covers the Patriots.
Yes.
Hello, sir.
Hello. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm going to ask you what I've been asking everyone because I want to hear you say it, and then it will continue to confirm my feelings. 6.5 point favorite. It's down to 6. So let's just say it's 6.5 point favorite. The Jets are a 6.5 point favorite. Home opener tonight, short week. That seems high. Everyone says it's high. What are your feelings on that?
It's too high.
All right. I've gone Jets, and now it's unanimous. Everyone has said that. Vegas knows something. We're all falling into a trap.
What do they know? The line on the Jets Patriots
What they always
game.
know.
What did they know that we don't know?
The line on the Jets Patriots game is your new "I'm going to Hofstra." You can't get it out of your head. It's stuck in there on a loop, and you have to say it out loud to every person you meet.
But at least it's about something that's happening tonight involving the Patriots. It's not just something in my own
Yes.
life.
Okay.
You got us there. That's true.
Grant you. But thank you for saying Vegas doesn't know anything. Vegas knows how to make money generally by getting 50-50 action, or as maybe is the case with this game, getting it so one-sided on a side they don't believe in.
That half point, though, Hardy, means that they believe that the Jets most likely could win, will win at least by a touchdown. That half point means a lot. That it was at 6.5. I mean, they are predicting scores. I know what you're saying. I know they're trying to make it so it's balanced betting, but in the meantime, they are trying to predict the outcome of the game.
Oh yeah, because they know. Sorry, Phil, didn't mean to hijack this, but they know that the betting public, they're not completely ignorant. If you're going to have a Chiefs Panthers matchup, okay, we have to have this as somewhat of a big spread here because the public knows something, but what Vegas mostly knows is how to get that handle balanced out and have their books balanced.
Yeah, and I think if you're Vegas and you're still relatively early in the season here, what does most of the betting public feel about the Patriots? That they're not a very good football team.
Yes.
That they can't score, that they're going to try to win on defense and with a run game, and what does that do for anybody in 2024? And what do they feel about the Jets? Even after losing the opener, well, they've got Aaron Rodgers, and they've got Garrett Wilson, and they've got Breece Hall, and they've got a defense that's loaded with good. This is a team that should be contending for a Super Bowl against a team that should be contending for the first overall pick. I think that's what gives you the 6.5 or the 6 now points that the Jets are favored by.
Out of all the people betting, what percentage of them are really informed, smart football people? 20%, 15%. Most people are just. People betting are just like, know what you just said about the teams, and that's about it.
So they're going for the square bettors, like Fred.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, not Fred.
No, the square.
I thought he's taking the
no,
the Jets
he's
here.
very, very sharp.
No, I bet you all the sharp money's on the Jets.
You think so?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, if every single person is picking the Patriots, wouldn't that mean? I don't know. Somewhere Livschetz is breaking windows. He doesn't like it.
If most of the money is coming in on the Patriots,
is it?
Yes, that would almost automatically make the Jets bet the sharp play.
Yeah, because the line went down, so it is.
See.
So the Jets is the sharp play. I would imagine if I'm insulting you, Joe or Dan, I really I feel like we've treaded into
they'll be okay.
Like
choppy waters,
like into the Middle East politics stuff. I think that we've treaded into something.
Careful.
And now I'm just talking ignorantly.
Doesn't this feel like it's going to be an ugly, defensively driven Thursday night game? Where it's not going to be a ton of points.
Thursday
will be closer. Than
all right.
6 points.
All right. Let me say my piece and then I'll stop. Is that these are the two teams I've seen both of their games entirely, but it's been a lot of work for me watching 4 football games. Here's what could happen. The Jets have gotten killed time of possession. The run defense sucks, correct? Okay, great. All right, so that's one way, is that the Patriots could just run it down their throat and the Jets can't do anything about it. They dominate the ball. The Jets go 3 and out a couple times. That's what happened to the Titans, and they don't pull a Will Levis and throw the ball behind them in the red zone. That's one way if it goes on. But another thing that could happen is that the Jets get the ball. Rodgers is able to throw downfield. They Hackett actually calls an offense that moves the ball, and because they have had good drives, they have this year achieved good drives. They won against San Francisco, but they had a few against the Titans. They score a touch. They get 7 right away. Now the game's completely different.
Yep.
Because that would concern me as a Patriots fan or someone betting on the Patriots, is that if the Jets score an early touchdown, the game completely shifts. And once Rodgers gets going a little bit, like he kind of gets going, and that would concern me. And then they're forced to throw, and I don't think they're going to be able to throw against the Jets.
No, definitely not.
Yeah.
Like if they are put in a position where they are behind the Patriots and they are forced to throw, it's going to be a disaster. The Jets are number 1 in the league in pressure rate so far this season. The Patriots are 31st in pressure rate allowed. Like, if they have to throw the football, Jacoby Brissett's going to be on his back quite a bit. And it could be the start of the Drake May era sooner than any of us thought.
In the middle of all of this, though, is it a good thing that Caden Wallace is playing left tackle? You didn't really draft him to be a right tackle. You drafted him to see if he could flip to left tackle. Now, it's an attrition thing where he's playing there, but in a season like this, which is transitional, isn't it better that you see what you have early rather than later?
Sure, you throw him into the fire a little bit and see what you have. The reason it's not good is because you are trying to compete and you're trying to win as many games as you can. And having Caden Wallace at left tackle is not conducive to winning football games.
Push back on that a little bit. You're not competing for much this year.
Well, you'd like to see them beat the Jets on Thursday Night Football. What Phil's saying is you would like to see the Patriots beat the Jets on Thursday Night Football.
Well, no, I think it's important for them to experience some success
this
year. Of course, you're going to be playing. You're going to get the developmental thing is going to happen organically because these guys are going to play. Layden Robinson's already playing. Caden Wallace is going to play. Drake May eventually is going to play. So that sort of thing is going to happen naturally. In the meantime, you should be doing all you can to win as many games as you can, to try to generate whatever buy-in, whatever belief, whatever positive experience that you can for people like Gerard Mayo, Alex Van Pelt, people that are brand new in their jobs. And so I think it's critical that you do whatever you can. It can't just be a season-long tryout for next year, right? To me, you do have to try to do things that are conducive to winning football games. Playing Caden Wallace at left tackle, I'm not sure is one of those things.
Okay, I'll ask you a question.
It does help that the Jets are pretty banged up. It sounds like, between Jermaine Johnson and C.J. Mosley, like their front seven is banged up. And
Mosley doesn't have turf toe, I guess, so they're saying they could shoot him up legally and that he could play. And Samini thinks he's going to play. I don't know what that means, but
Okay.
DJ Reed's healthy. They're actually not banged up.
Jermaine Johnson just tore his Achilles?
Yeah, and he's their best pass rusher, but
but
he's out for the season. But he's really their only injury. If Mosley plays, he's their only injury. And by the way, the Jets' defense was better without Mosley out there against the Titans for whatever that means. I mean, Mosley old.
Jets very healthy.
Mosley, and he ain't the star back there, baby. Quincy Williams is a star back there. You'll see him.
He's
tonight.
a good player.
Oh, he's very good.
But Mosley, do you give Mosley any sort of credit for being sort of the traffic cop? Which
that's above my pay grade. So, yeah, probably.
No, I totally
I don't
understand
know.
you saying that.
Like, you're around the team and the Patriots, and you're aware.
Juwan Bentley, I think, is sort of
Sure.
the mirror image of C.J. Mosley for
Sure.
the Patriots. And I think it will hurt their run defense tonight to not have Juwan Bentley out there because he is that organizational, play-to-play sort of traffic cop person.
All right, so I'll ask you this: like, the Jets know the Patriots aren't going to throw, and they load up against the run. The Patriots can still run against that.
So they've actually done pretty well running against loaded boxes. They've done a good job. I think Alex Van Pelt has done a pretty good job of being able to figure out, hey, can we block this in such a way where the unblocked defender, there's going to be one, right? You're playing, generally speaking, especially with a quarterback like Jacoby Brissett, who's not a runner, you're playing 10 on 11 offensively, right? Once the quarterback hands it off, he's a non-factor. So there's going to be a defender who's unaccounted for. And with teams that are so geared toward stopping the Patriots' running game because they know they're not a threat to throw, you have all these guys at or around the line of scrimmage. What I think the Patriots have done an okay job with is making that unblocked defender a smaller person. So it's typically been a corner or a safety. And they've just said, go ahead. We'll allow you to be free, and we'll trust Ramondre Stevenson, who's 235 pounds, to be able to run through your 185-pound corner's tackle. And that's gone okay for them. I mean, they've had big rushing numbers each of the last 2 weeks. And Antonio Gibson was a big factor last week, and so maybe he'll do the same thing again tonight on a short week. But you are going to have to throw it eventually. That's the problem with the Patriots right now, is that they can't protect and they don't have guys that get open.
So you wrote about this mixing it up at receiver. I would say, how about just throw to a receiver? We can start there.
Mm-hmm.
But when we were talking earlier, and Dave Richard was on, he was like, "Yeah, Hunter Henry might be a good option," because he had. I said, if you're looking, to stop the pass from the Patriots, which I don't know that they'll try tonight or anywhere in the near future. So far, it seems like Hunter Henry has been the guy. 2 targets total, I think, for Pop Douglas. Polk had the touchdown, but that's about it. You're going to have to get away from Hunter Henry. You're going to have to try some other things. When do they start trying it? Maybe not tonight. And when they do start, what do they try?
Well, for me, this game is a good test for Alex Van Pelt because they need to start using some smoke and mirrors, or at least pulling the levers that are available to offenses that, generally speaking, generate easy offense. They are near the bottom of the league in terms of motion used at the snap.
Yeah.
This is the cheat code that everybody uses these days. The Patriots use it less than pretty much everyone. They are less than 10% when it comes to motion at the snap through 2 games. That would be less than half of the league average last year. So the league average was 22% last year. Now the Patriots are at less than 10. So they have to do more of that. They actually have done it, and when they have, they've generated some pretty nice gains.
Okay, so the
continue to use it, continue to tap into that screen game, Hardy.
Yep.
They're near the bottom of the league with screens. So they need to use more of that to sort of hide what they have on the offensive line, maybe generate some explosive plays.
Let's take a break because
Okay.
we're at 20. Let's take a break and come back. And when we do, you'll ask the question. It's so much with Phil Perry. Coming up is the Patriots take on the Jets Thursday Night Football tonight. You'll hear it here. We'll be right back.
Toucher and Hardy, 98.5 The Sports Hub.
runs it to the left side, and he's in for the touchdown.
The Pats, the Jets, the rivalry happens here. Boston's home for sports. 98.5, the Sports Hub. On the air, online, on the air. This is how Boston sports fans start their day. Toucher and Hardy on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Hey, we are Toucher and Hardy. I have no idea what this is. Is this like the meters or something?
It's DJ Shadow.
Oh.
So Phil was talking about the
Phil Perry from NBC Sports Boston.
Phil was talking about the Patriots using motion at the snap 11% of the time, half of the league average from last year. And what I was going to ask Phil is, I think motion at the snap is a tool primarily used by teams so that the quarterback can dissect what the defense is doing and use that to his advantage. Are the Patriots not doing it that much because it would essentially be lost in Jacoby Brissett? Because what's he going to do with it?
No. So they have used motion. It's this motion at the snap that they seem to be more reluctant to use than most. So a lot of times, if you're using, it's called regular motion, right?
Or pre-snap.
That pre-snap motion, sure.
Yeah.
But it's not right at the snap.
Okay.
Right? You can move a receiver from point A to point B and be able to diagnose how the defense is reacting. A lot of times, teams will do that. The Patriots with Josh McDaniels did this all the time to indicate man versus zone. Well, if somebody goes with that receiver, then they're in man. We can still stay settled. We've got enough time to get the snap off.
Sure.
Everybody take a deep breath. Let's adjust our routes, however the defense is playing this, based on the fact that we all just saw it was either zone or man. So they are still doing that. They do still use motion. I think I think in week 1, I haven't counted it up yet for week 2, but I think in week 1 they used motion on almost half of their snaps. But it's this fast motion at the snap that isn't so much an information gathering tool. It's more a leverage acquiring tool.
Is that
meaning
like Miami does that? That
yes.
kind of stuff Miami
yes.
does?
So
Okay.
you're trying to get a receiver with a proper angle or with a head of steam that can take advantage of whatever the defense is doing.
It's not going to change what you're doing. It's just going to make what you're planning on doing easier.
Yes.
Okay.
And more difficult for the defense to track and to defend.
They should be doing that then.
They should be. They should be they should be doing things like using more play action on early down. Everybody knows, right? People talk about week to week. Well, first they have to establish the run, and then they should use the play action off that. The Patriots have already established through 2 weeks. They can run the ball. They can run the ball. They should on the first down of the game today. I think it would be a great idea to use play action on the first play of the game and assume that the Jets are going to be so incredibly focused on stopping your run game that you all of a sudden you pull it out of Ramondre Stevenson's gut and you try to take a shot down the field to generate an explosive play. They have to use more deception, and that to me is why this is a big game for Alex Van Pelt. It's a short week. You're the guy who's running the controls right now. You're not going to be able to beat the Jets straight up offensively with your pass game, like man for man based on talent alone. He has to use his brain to be able to generate some different advantages for them, and that might be their chance of scoring more points.
Was Jacoby Brissett indicating or implying that that Seattle knew what they were doing before they were doing it? He was talking about how they were in 2-man every time, or they 2 men deep, or whatever every time that they were doing something. What was describe what Jacoby was talking about?
Yeah, so he mentioned right after the game on Sunday that essentially the Patriots were tipping their pitches. That every time they wanted to throw deep, the Seahawks just so happened to be in a too high safety structure, which a lot of quarterbacks. And Brady used to talk pretty openly about this. When they saw too high, they didn't want to throw, period. You can try to take advantage of the middle of the field, right? Because the safeties are usually splitting the field in half. And if you can split the difference between those guys, maybe there's some explosive plays there. Rob Gronkowski down the seam, for instance. But a lot of quarterbacks will say, no thanks. Too high means we have an advantage near the line of scrimmage. There typically would be a safety in the box to defend against the run. That guy's now deep. Well, let's hand it off. We've got an advantage. So it sounds like, again, this is I think, reflective upon Alex Van Pelt. If the opposing defense only 1 week into the season already understands or has a decent understanding to be able to take an educated guess as to when you're trying to throw the football deep, that's a bad sign.
Pretty simple, the offense is, if that happens. And is that a factor of just young guys not knowing where to line up? Or is that a factor of the offense that hasn't hit its stride yet?
To me, it's about tendencies, and the Seahawks already felt like they had a beat on what the Patriots want to do. Hey, they're only going to throw it down the field in X, Y, and Z
One
instances.
week of film, you shouldn't be able to do that.
You should not. And so, listen, I think part of it is they're also – the Patriots understand they don't have a lot of down-the-field winners. And so the instances in which they're going to feel comfortable throwing the ball down the field are going to be few and far between. To me, one of the things you should look at doing, and Hardy referenced this a little bit earlier, always appreciate Hardy actually reading the stories that are on the website, NBCSportsBoston.com.
Thank you.
They should be open to changing up their personnel at receiver. Tyquan Thornton and KJ Osborne have given them next to nothing through 2 weeks. I know I've had people in the organization tell me that these guys are practicing well, Kayshon Boutte and Javon Baker. And both guys have had their share of issues off the field for sure, but both still have a lot of belief in the organization and at One Patriot Place in terms of their pure ability as receivers. And so maybe it's not this week because it's early enough, but again, getting back to that idea of, hey, these guys are going to get developed one way or the other. At this point, I think you know what KJ Osborne is. I think you know what Tyquan Thornton is. I would go Baker for Thornton, and I would go Boutte for Osborne, and just see what happens. It can't get any worse. The pass game has been so bad through 2 weeks. It can't get worse. I would be thinking really strongly about putting those younger guys out there.
You also mentioned maybe them thinking about doing some personnel changes on special teams after the blocked field goal. You wrote about that. Has there been any work on that front?
Do you guys do a lot of field goal protection talk on this show?
That's what makes us different, Phil.
Man.
That's what we do.
That's for his Sunday golf
I
show.
thought if it was important enough for you to write about, it was important enough for me to
Hardy's
ask about.
trying to help
No,
you.
I'm
He's setting
saying.
you up.
Listen, I just a warm fuzzy feeling just overtook my body here.
For this team,
Goosebumps.
yeah, you got to talk about special
Every
teams.
field goal counts.
You got to talk about field
Every
goal
point counts for this
protection
team.
and
Hey,
coverage.
it's why
and
they
everything
lost.
else.
Yes.
To me, it's why they lost the other day.
If you're
And I know the
10-7,
sack.
you got to make a field goal.
The sack prior to that immediately preceded that field goal attempt got a lot of attention. To me, it's still a 48. It's the difference between a 39 and a 48-yard field goal. You should still be able to make the 48-yard field. I actually thought it wasn't a terrible play by Jacoby Brissett. And maybe I'm just scarred by the last 2 years of Patriots football. But when he just hugged that football to his chest and took the sack, I said, probably a smart play not to throw it into traffic and end up with some sort of pick six or something that is definitely going to lose you the game.
Yeah.
At least now you have the opportunity to kick a 48-yard field goal and maybe do something with it. They should get Austin Hooper out of there. Austin Hooper was the guy in the wing. You're supposed to be able to occasionally hug two different. This is really good for radio.
No,
what
but
I'm doing right now.
need the
I've got
wings-
both of my
wingspan.
arms outstretched like this. You're supposed to be able to just take on two rushers at the same time. Get them in their chest with your long arms. And they've used guys like Lawrence Guy at that position before, Dietrich Wise, Rob Gronkowski. Austin Hooper is a large man compared to me and you. He's not compared to those other. You need as much length and strength as you can get out on the wing out there. I'm not sure that's Austin Hooper's role. So get Dietrich Wise back out there. He's not on the field goal protection unit, or he wasn't last week. I think he should be this week.
Then again, Rob Gronkowski broke his arm messing around out there.
He did.
That was a point after try, wasn't it?
It was. Yeah. Or field goal. I can't remember which now.
Yeah, it was one of them.
I think it was Sergio Brown who got him on that one, broke his arm. Then he later was the guy who threw him. He threw Sergio Brown out the club in Indianapolis. Remember that?
Do you remember Sergio Valente jeans?
See, just when I thought he wasn't going to contribute,
I'm happy he was,
he pops in with a gem.
Look at that.
I don't remember those.
Boom.
Well done.
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Sergio Valente jeans. You caught my eye.
Were those pretty standard looking? Were those like wide-legged?
Let him let him dangle.
No. I'm not dangling. I'm actually quite cold.
He wants the sounder.
He's not getting it.
All right.
Talking about my penis shrinking because of the cold.
Really? I didn't catch that.
I thought you must have not. if you're not giving me the thing.
You put your head back, too. You were waiting for it with the smile.
Yeah. I mean, I had a funny line.
Yeah.
Say who's hosting
Hey
Saturday
there.
Night Live. Say who's hosting Saturday Night Live, because I got a good joke for that one, too.
Who's hosting Saturday Night Live this week? Not Nate Bargatze.
No, that's the second week.
All right, somebody look up quickly, John.
All
just
right,
so we
all
can do
right,
it.
all right
Just so we can do it.
already.
Who's hosting Saturday Night Live this week?
Yeah.
It's
Talk amongst yourselves.
No, don't. We're not going to make you set it up and have the zinger.
Gene Smart.
You know who's hosting week 2? Slack's dumbass. Kaboom.
That was worth it. I can only speak for myself.
No, it was good.
I wrote that.
Phil, no need. We're good.
That was good. Yeah, that was good.
So one thing he has in his show notes for today. Week 2 SNL host.
Yeah.
I remember everything. I don't need notes. All right.
That was
listen.
really good.
Thank you, John. Thank you. All right, Phil Perry, thank you for coming in, sir.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
As the Jets play tonight in the beautiful Meadowlands at MetLife. Everyone loves MetLife. They don't have the circular walkways like they did at the Meadowlands, where so much nudity and defecation would happen.
Really?
Yeah, they don't have those anymore.
Oh.
Those were a magical place.
Poop pirates.
Yeah,
Did it-
indeed.
So I was never in that stadium. Did the walkways just smell like every stairwell and every parking garage in downtown Boston?
Yeah, it was like a public library bathroom. Basically, the
12. What do those smell like?
I've never been in one.
You've never been in a bathroom in a public
No,
library?
that's not true. I guess I have when I was a kid at the Lucius Beebe in Wakefield. It's a fine, clean library and a fine, clean restroom.
What is the best library in north of the city?
We got to save that for a full segment. I'm not going to give you that.
All right. Adam's
Is it in the Minuteman Network?
You bet it is.
Okay. Yeah.
Adam, you have 75 cents. Give me a day in Boston.
Boston, 50 cents. a day.
Boston in under $1.
Another
That should
segment.
That should be Adam's segment. Actually, I want to do that segment.
All right, cool.
Not
cool,
tomorrow, but I do want to do that segment. Tour guide Adam at Boston on less than $1.
Boston on $1 a day.
Yeah, and just like you go to this food bank, and then you head up this church social.
Well, as far as youth hostels, you can take your pick. But for my money or no money,
Yeah. Hey, the YMCA is not just for bums. All right, very good. Listen, Phil Perry, everyone loves Phil Perry. Read his articles like Hardy does over there at NBCSportsBoston.com. We'll be back. Here are the headlines.
You know what you're thinking. What could I possibly have missed from the show? It's time for The Stack on Toucher and Hardy.
Hey, we are Toucher and Hardy. Hardy, what is going on in your world? What is happening?
By
the way, we're brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook.
Yeah.
Make every moment more with FanDuel.
Yeah. Everybody's world revolves around Bill Belichick and, of course, his good friend Michael Lombardi, who did spend some time discussing the Patriots. Now, did they go back and talk about their Week 1 win over the Bengals? No, they spent their time talking about what happened in the Seattle game.
You know, we talk about the middle eight, which you preached every single day that we've all been around you. And then New England just really violated the whole middle eight. I mean, they've got a chance to go into halftime, but they decided to throw 2 passes and basically give two timeouts back to Seattle to kick a field goal at the end of the half to come back in at the end of the half, and then Seattle gets the ball to start the half.
Yeah, that's a tough one. You know, New England threw for 100 yards total. So that was their passing. So I think the chances of them, passing the ball down the field with a minute to go in the first half, why would you do that? Give it to Stevenson, get a couple first downs, get out of there at halftime and start over again, especially with Seattle getting the ball in the third quarter. But, they get punt back, have a punt return, kick a field goal, end up going to overtime. Those end up being 3 big points.
Yeah, they end up losing. And it cracks you up because everybody thinks about, well, let's try to throw it here. But what you're doing is rewarding the offense with more plays.
It cracks me up, Bill. We just sit here, you and I, and we just laugh at what everybody else is doing in this league.
Yeah,
what people say.
If you're so smart, Lombardi, why are you such a failure in your post-football career? Like, if you are so arrogant with no basis of being arrogant, you're a complete failure. Where could one hear Michael Lombardi? What is this from?
I think it's Lombardi's podcast.
Yeah. So he's friends with Bill Belichick. So he had his friend Bill Belichick on. And the price of that is kissing his ass and acting like an a-hole for years and years and years and alienating everyone in the media. And that's like why I have such a big problem with the way he treated Felger and Maz, is because Felger and Maz are far more successful than he is at what they're both currently doing. Lombardi is doing what Felger and Maz are doing, and Felger and Maz are 1,000 times more successful at it. So where does he get off in that instance? Now, if he said, hey, guys, that's not the way it happened. Let me tell you, I was there. Then, and if you're talking about, I guess the early 2000s when Lombardi was around?
Yeah.
So, if you're talking about the early 2000s, Lombardi goes, I was there, then just say you were there and talk about it that way. But in terms of what's currently going on, how dare you to anyone act arrogant when you're a complete loser failure? There are so many outlets for you to be on. There are so many people, jabronis, walking around talking about football on NFL Network, on ESPN, on Fox, on CBS, on NBC, everywhere.
I had it wrong. He was with Belichick in Cleveland in the 90s.
Yeah.
And then he was there 14, 15, and 16 up here with the Patriots.
Doing what? What was his role? Does it say?
Assistant to the coaching staff.
Yeah, big star on the staff. He was responsible for everything,
Well,
so he was a loser there, too.
You talk about being a failure. They did talk about the failures, once again, of the Patriots. Not about them winning in Week 1, but about them failing against the Seahawks. And this is some good stuff here.
In New England and Seattle. New England had 2 3-and-outs at the end of the game, one in regulation, one in overtime, and then Seattle drove down for the tying field goal and then drove it 75 yards for the winning field goal in overtime. So
Schefter-esque so far. Just explaining what happened.
It's a lot of facts, yeah.
That fourth quarter, where that's a combination of conditioning, coaching strategy, figuring out what's going on, whatever the case might be, it's a combination. But that fourth quarter, as you said, stands alone, and you got to be able to play well to close out games in the fourth quarter in this league.
Not a word. Not a word after they get a Week 1 win against Cincinnati, and now it's dissecting the loss against the Seahawks.
Well, everyone that's covered him said how petty a guy he is, and this is what he's doing, and it's boring analysis too. Is it conditioning? Is it really conditioning? Is that why they lost the game? Is they were out of condition?
And coaching decisions.
In coaching decisions.
Yeah.
It was all coaching decisions and not the extreme lack of talent that they have on that team that you built.
Let's move on to something else. Let's quiz Wallach and see how good he is at deducing. It's not what you know, Wallach. It's what you can deduce.
Oh, boy. This isn't going to go well.
Michael Jordan's Highland Park mansion might finally be for sale.
Okay.
Put it up for sale more than 12 years ago. The price has moved to, and apparently it's now under agreement or pending. Price moved to $14,855,000.
Okay.
Why that number? 14,855. 14,855.
I'm trying to think. He won 6 championships. I don't know.
Fred, you want to tell him?
I'll give you a hint. It has something to do with a number that it's not 6 championships, but it is a number that means a lot to him.
14,855.
What number?
So why does that become a number? What number would mean a lot to Michael Jordan besides
23. 14,855 comes up to 23.
Finally.
Jesus Christ, John.
Oh, yeah, that was blatantly obvious. I'm
You gotta
sorry.
hold your hand
can't
for the
believe
whole
I missed it.
exercise?
I can't believe I missed it. Sorry.
I'm sorry, everyone, that you had to
Yeah.
That was not deliberate bullying. That was bullying by proxy.
I mean, it had to be done.
Boy, you idiot.
You're a real fool.
According to Zillow, 56,000 square foot property featuring a regulation-sized basketball gymnasium, a circular infinity pool, a putting green, a tennis court, and a cigar room. 9 bedrooms, 19 bathrooms, 5 fireplace, den, super futuristic kitchen with a huge center island, which I don't know what real estate is like in that neighborhood, but seems like that could even be more than $15 million.
Well, it's been on the market for like over a decade.
Yeah.
So it's not obviously it's in that neighborhood worth more than that.
Apparently.
And obviously, and it also shows you just how much income Michael Jordan is still getting because he's just letting that thing sit there until it sells for the numbers that up to 23. That's the whole point of it. He's letting it's been on the market forever. He has no desire to sell it. It's just a house that exists. It's not like he's Airbnb-ing it. There's nothing there. He's just letting an asset that's worth tens of millions of dollars just sit. And it will sit here until that exact number is matched. And then not a minute more. And you would think some weird billionaire would just come in and buy it because it was Jordan's, right?
Yes.
But no, it's that overpriced.
Yeah. Dan Campbell also looking to move. He lives in Bloomfield Hills, which is a nice town
I'd say
just outside Detroit.
Oakland County outside of Detroit is one of the richest counties in the United States.
Yeah. Well, it turns out that the reason why they're moving, Campbell said, it's just that people figured out where we lived when we lost. Now, it sounds like he's making a joke, but apparently people have been harassing him. He filed a police report after losing to the 49ers in the NFC Championship game.
You should get pretty mad that they did something they had never done before and made the NFC Championship game. Way to go, Lions fans.
A report from Jay Glazer said that after the Lions lost to the Cowboys in 2023, a bunch of contractors unexpectedly showed up at his house early in the morning. Somehow somebody gave his address out and sent a bunch of workers to his house early in the morning to wake him up.
You know where he would go unnoticed? St. Clair Shores. Should move. That's a joke for all you people from Metro Detroit listening.
But honestly, how could you be upset with Dan Campbell as a Lions fan?
You should be worshiping him. He's done the impossible. He's made them a Super Bowl favorite and took them to an NFC Championship game.
Yeah, it seems really strange that they would be harassing him to that extent.
I'm 49 years old. I was 48 years old last season. In my lifetime, they'd won one playoff game. That's almost impossible to even wrap your mind around. When you see the story of football, like the Lions are not involved in it, like the story of the NFL as it currently is, the merger of the two conferences, the NFL, the Lions, other than having Barry Sanders, have never, in terms of important games, played one. Never. They're not involved in the story. What's another crappy organization? Well, Cleveland. Yeah, well, Cleveland was on the field during the drive. Like, the Cleveland's
Yeah.
part of the history of the NFL.
Cleveland was one fumble away from making a Super Bowl.
That's another thing.
Ernest
The
Piner.
fumble and the
Yeah.
drive. Like, so yeah, there's two famous games. Like, there's not a franchise that's been around as long as the Lions that even the Jets suck. All right, well, they won Super Bowl III, which you're aware of, and they've been to a couple AFC championship games. They have the butt fumble. They have like things that have happened, even bad stuff that you talk about. Not the Lions.
No.
The Lions
up until this last postseason, it was the one playoff win in 1991, and that's it.
The Lions were a big market heritage franchise that was the equivalent of Jacksonville.
And they're harassing Dan Campbell. It's unbelievable.
And where is he going to go? Because there's nowhere to go from Bloomfield Hills. Like, if you're in Bloomfield Hills, that's like being in Wellesley.
Yeah.
Like, where are you going to go from there?
Maybe in a completely walled off, gated community in Bloomfield Hills. I don't know. By the way, John Gruden looking to get back into coaching. That's what he wants.
He's got a new thing up. He's got like a new media venture.
Yeah,
YouTube channel.
He's got his new YouTube channel, and apparently that's part of the process. Get back into coaching. Launch a YouTube channel first.
Yeah, he's like, God, I love this game or something. We can explore that at a later date.
All right,
enjoy the game tonight. You can hear it right here at 98.5 The Sports Hub as the great Bob Sosi and Scott Zolak will call that for you pregame. I would imagine would start at 5 o'clock.
5:30. Kickoff 8:15.
All right, so that means kickoff at 8:30. Okay. That's right. Do they ever kick off right at 8:15?
Apparently, on the schedule it says 8:15.
All right,
So-
I've been waiting all week for Thursday night.
Of course.
That's ludicrous. You've been watching football on Sunday and I'm watching Sunday night. Do you remember Rances's rant?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Hey, that's crazy. We've been waiting all day for Sunday night. You've been watching already 14 witching hours. All right, we'll be back tomorrow unless something horrible happens to Wallach. But then we'd probably still be back.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
We do the show.
Yeah, I guess so.